applause of the country and worldwide. I, on behalf of Pharma Ratan, extend a very warm welcome to all of you. With a huge round of applause, let's start the event. So I request all the ladies and gentlemen to put up your hands together. MD Mora Pharma, Deep Matru, Joint FDA Commissioner Punjab, and our very, very esteemed guest, Dr. Dinesh Dua, Chairman, Pharma Executive, and not to miss the man behind this entire event, may I request the owner, the visionary here, I request Mr. Shahbaz sir to kindly come forward, followed by his better half, Miss Anita, for the lamp lighting ceremony. I request ladies and gentlemen to give this entire distinguished dignitaries, council a huge round of applause, and let's seek the divine blessings.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
I request my audience gathering to kindly be seated. My classical dancers team to kindly come on the stage for a Ganesh Vandana presentation. Dear audience, all these beautiful girls and the choreographer, they belong to Nritya Shala Kathak Academy Pashchim Vihar, headed by Miss Pinky Pazbola. And the 5 beautiful girls that you see decked up, we have Namisha, Siddhi, Mehak, Vidushi, and Lavanya. So without much delay, let's give them a huge round of applause for the Ganesh Vandana presentation. come and share his experience with us. Dr. Shahbaz has been a regulatory consultant, pharma exporter. He's the author of HRM books. When he was in Ukraine, this concept of Pharma Ratan came into his mind while traveling with his wife, who is also the vice president of Rabdi Meher. The aim of Pharma Ratan is to unite all pharma and healthcare stakeholders on a platform to resolve untouched issues and to create relation among stakeholders. So with a huge round of applause, may I request Dr. Shahbaz Alam to share his visionary ideas with the August gathering.
Welcome everyone. Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu Alaikum, Kem Cho, Jai Jinendra, and very good morning. Very good morning everyone. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to welcome everyone present here, masters and mentors, friends and families, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We would like to extend our special welcome to our chief guest of honor, national and international dignitaries. Welcome wholeheartedly our sponsors and RDM team who work tirelessly from day one to make today a reality. We are so excited to have you all here to participate third Pharma Ratan Award and International Pharmaceutical Conference organized by Rabdi Meher. For Indians, there are actually I want to introduce the Pharma Ratan Award. For Indians, there are 4 types of awards. First is Young Achiever, Honorary, Pharma Ratan, and Lifetime Achievement Award. And for international dignitaries, 3 types of awards are there. One is country-wise, continent-wise, and Pharma Ratan Universe. This time introducing Pharma Ratan Universe and Pharma Ratan India first time. This is the best platform to raise, praise, and suggest. Yes, you can raise your query for the benefit of industry. You can praise regulators for their contribution for the upliftment of industry. And yes, you can share your suggestion, if any, for the regulators and industry both. This time, Jan Aurti concept came into this country by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And for this, we have 2 our sponsors out here who will share about the generic pharmacy concept in a brief and in a very descriptive manner. And the name of those sponsors and innovative companies are Dawa India and And name of those innovative companies are Dawa India and Stay Happy. We discussed last year few things that I want to discuss out here as well. We had discussed about the export NOC, WHO extension, COPP extension, and manufacturing license. And in the presence of ADC, Dr. Ajay Sachanji, and Deputy Director General of India, Dr. Ramkishan ji. And thank you very much to the all CDCO team. They came with the solution for that. And again, I want to thank the team, IDMA and FO, for working together for the same cause. I have few suggestions for the academicians only. One, they offer industrial training for 1 or 2 months, but I think this is not sufficient because see, at the moment anybody try to enter for the industrial training with the manufacturers, they hardly entertain. Why? Within 1 or 2 months, even students remain scary only on taking about the certificates. They are not concerned about the working for the company or doing something good job. So industrial training should be of 1 year, so that duration they will know the things very well and they can get a job as well. So there is no need of any applying jobs and applying resume for the job recruitment as well. So this situation will help a lot if the academician plan 1 year training for especially for the B.Pharm students, then unemployment generation or unemployment issues will be resolved automatically. Second thing came into my mind, which is a very innovative idea. In business management, MBA, we have dual specialization like HR, marketing, finance, and something else. So why not we can adopt the same concept with master in pharmacy. We can have dual specialization like M.Pharma in pharmacology and pharmacovigilance, M.Pharma in pharmacognosy and product development, M.Pharma in pharmaceutics and QC or QA or in production. This way, a person, if they will be having the dual specialization in market, they can get easily a job. And on the other hand, so they can negotiate for the better salary as well. Third thing, especially for the academician as well. So the pharmacists and the doctors, both are the nerve center for the healthcare. But contribution from the pharmacists are very, very limited. And majorly the role played by the doctors only. Why it's happening? Because of the system. There should be a system of at least 3 months or 6 months diploma, special diploma courses after passing the B.Pharm. See, because then only they can have a specialization coach like the way of doctor is having the MS, MD or ortho, gynae, psychiatry likewise. So the same way the pharmacy student, they can get the specialization course like diploma in ortho, diploma in gynae, diploma in gastro and likewise. Because the British using this concept, and that's why British pharmacists are highly paid in the world. Why not Indian? We are producing the largest number of pharmacists out here in India, but even today the pharmacists are not playing the vital role the way doctor is playing for healthcare society. The last thing, IIM and IIT, they are two organizations in India. The students, they plan after passing that they will give 100 jobs to the 100 students, 100 employees. But other institutions in India, they are planning to apply for 100 jobs. Why? It is only because of the concept, because of the planning. We plan that after passing exam, we will apply for the job. So this is era we have to come up. We have to enter into the entrepreneurship. And it's only possible when the universities will come up, university head will come up. And then only we can nurture those students, we can guide them up to come up as an entrepreneur. So most entrepreneur will be joining hands with the Indian and the global market. See, every country requires the entrepreneur to develop the country. Then only revenue will be generated, tax will be generated. So it's possible we can plan for the more and more entrepreneurship. Lastly, I just want to say that India is pharmacy of the world. That means every country of the world has trust on us. The quality of medicine we are providing, they trust on us. We are saving the life of the humanity globally. Give a big applause for being India a pharmacy of the world. Thank you very much. And second thing, there are 25,000 herbals are listed under WHO. Out of 25,000, 2,500 herbs cultivated out here in India. That is also, India is known as botanical garden of the world. Please give a big applause, please. Thank you very much for coming out here. The ultimate aim is not only to distribute the award, to give only recognition to the award, but ultimately we are here to generate relation. And I know one thing, relation gives revenue, recognition and respect. And we all need relation for the business development, for the jobs, for everything. And the most thing that I want to convey out here, who is the most social worker, most reliable social worker? Can anybody say? Manufacturers are the most reliable and most valuable social worker. Why? They are producing medicine, they are producing goods, and they are giving opportunity for the job seekers. They are running the families, they are taking care of the families hugely. Give a big applause for the manufacturer. And we require regulators for that. Because without regulators, we cannot control the quality of the medicine. So give a big applause for the regulators as well. And ultimately saluting the Pharma, because Pharma what is doing is wonderful job. Connecting all the importers and exporters together and giving opportunity to come up in life and business, and they're doing a wonderful job. So out here, thank you very much and salute to the Pharma. Give a big applause for the Pharma as well. Lastly, united we stand and divided we fall. So we have to unite hands together for the betterment of India, betterment of the world, and betterment of the pharmaceutical industry as a whole. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such vast experience you have in this domain. Now, very humbly may I request the chief guest for the day, Dr. Dinesh Dua, to kindly come on the stage and share his precious words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a brief about Dr. Dinesh Dua. Sir is the chairman of Pharma Excel Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Sir is also the chairman of CII Regional Committee on Startups and Entrepreneurship. Sir has worked with many national and multinational companies. Mr. Dua holds a master's degree in business management from Harvard Business School, and his education background and professional success makes him different. He is an inspiration for global pharma stakeholders and highly deserving personalities. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the chief guest, sir. And sir, kindly share your precious words of wisdom with the august gathering.
Good morning. Didn't hear it. Good morning. That's better. Puts the energy level back into me. It's been a pleasure to be here. Jain Saab is a patriarch of the industry. I feel completely humbled in front of him to be the chief guest at the first place, Jain Saab. And of course, dignitaries, distinguished regulators, and people from the industry. When Shehzad and of course the lifeline of our WhatsApp group, Saurabh, reached out to me that I have to speak about the industry, I instantly agreed. Because for me, in the last 39 years of the industrial experience, predominantly 25 years out of that in the pharmaceutical industry, it's a payback time. And it's with that perspective, with that thought process, that I'll be talking to you about how India has transitioned from being a net importer when I started my career, way back in 1979, and that's a very fascinating story. I passed out of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and walked into a company called Herbst Pharmaceuticals Limited. Have any one of you heard of Herbst? Oh, here you go. It was known by 100 names, Herbst, Coaches, Hoops, and stuff like that. So the first page of our diary used to say we are known all over the world by 100 names, and all the 100 names across 100 nations that they were present in were written out there, how they are pronounced, because it was a typically German name, and the exact pronunciation was Hoost, and very few people could pronounce Hoost, you know. Now that today, in its reincarnated version, is Sanofi Aventis, the third largest global company in the world. When I walked in from my institute, I was starry-eyed. I want to be like a managing director, because all of us Harvard-educated guys feel that there's nobody better than us. So with that sense of arrogance, with that overarching, basic idea of influencing everybody and dominance, I walk into Herbst House at Nariman Point. The name is still there if you go to Nariman Point. And very soon, in about 2 months' time, we all, 3 of us in the same batch, came crashing down because there was so much to learn and to give and to take forwards. And ladies and gentlemen, at that point in time, you wouldn't believe India was importing practically 90% of its formulations. 90. The whole pharmaceutical landscape was dominated by MNCs. You name an MNC and they were there. And the first shock of my life that I received was very simple. My job as a starry-eyed MBA from Ahmedabad was just, there were no computers at that point in time. Everything was done on a piece of paper with a calculator and stuff like that. My job predominantly at that point in time was to see that how much money can I keep for the API and the formulations back in Frankfurt. The Huts was ripping the country, I'm sorry to say that. And so was every MNC. They would retain 90% of their profits of the API as well as profits on the formulation back in Germany and then do a transfer pricing mechanism at that point in time, which would hoodwink the government. And look, we're making only about 5 to 10%. We're very poor companies. We have no interest in India and things of that nature. From that paradigm today to what Shahzadji said, that India is a pharmacy for the world, it was a huge journey of 3 decades of excellence. So 3 cheers for everybody who is involved in this industry. The same Sanofi Aventis is being supplied by my company and hundreds of other Indian companies. So there's such a dramatic change, you know, from being huge importers to huge exporters. You know, all of you know that the total size of the industry today all over the world is $1.4 trillion. Next slide, please. So the size of the industry today is $1.3 to $1.4 trillion. These are IMS figures. And next, please. Now look at this. Who are the biggest contributors to this $1.4 trillion? Top 10 companies contribute 30% of this $1.4 trillion. Sanofi, my ex-company, Pfizer, and GSK are the ones which stand out of the pecking order. You know, if you were to look at Novartis, if you were to look at Roche, Merck, etc., the works, they are very, very late entrants into the market. You remember, Merck, Shop and Dome walked out of the country. At some point in time, Novartis walked out of the country because they had Sandoz with the ground presence. But the good part is, Sanofi, Pfizer, and GSK, Hertz, Sanofi together, they continue to be in rest of the world markets, and that's why they're growing far more rapidly than the rest of the pack. Those who walked away came back. Merck, Shop and Dome today sells a product, anti-diabetic product called Januvia, which is a gliptin. Right? Today they love India because they're earning so much money, although the pricing of Januvia 50 and Januvia 100 is far more than any other anti-diabetic product. But it is 50 to 60% cheaper than the rest of the world. So that's a kind of paradigm shift, and I'll show you. And I'll walk you through the fact as, you know, companies which are concentrating on ROW will stay in business from the West. Companies who stay out of pharma emerging markets or developing markets, which are way coin the term, will continue to shrink, and after 10 years they'll vanish. And mark my words, we'll meet after a little while, maybe 5 years from now or whatever, and you will see companies who are not focusing on emerging markets will vanish. I'll give you an example of GSK. We as a company work very closely with GSK UK. We supply them APIs for 2 of their innovation molecules which are brought into post-patent genericization. GSK was, you know, losing money and losing business because they were making an API for a particular drug that we made, and their cost of production, ladies and gentlemen, was as high as 300 pounds to a kilo. That's a staggering amount of money. And they were being edged out of the world by generic companies, particularly from India. So they, you know, there's this guy who started this product 27 years ago, Andrew Whitty. He was the product manager. He went on to become the chairman CEO of GSK worldwide in Brentford, in London. He pushed out his supply chain guys and said, hey guys, you are very comfortable with the supply chain that GSK has created, right? You guys do nothing, you just fart around, laze around. That's the kind of language he used with his people. Because GSK was sinking, the share price was going down by almost around 30-40%. And then he called out his people and he told them, spread out to the world, go to China, go to India, and make sure, sell what sells there. Don't just keep on pushing your own material. And lo and behold, Sir Andrew Whitty joined GSK as a chairman some 8 years ago. And in those 8 years, he transitioned GSK from being a pure GSK, inward company to the most aggressive outward company. They bought material from Indian companies in a very sizable way. Same material that they were producing in terms of API at 300 pounds to a kilo, we supplied them the first one at 150 pounds to a kilo, straight cut, 50% reduction. And then we went up to 90 pounds, and because of erosion of pound, gradually, we are currently at about, I shouldn't be saying it, it's a confidential secret, it's pretty close to 120, 130. So imagine the money that GSK saved, and what happened? They were having only 10% market share. Today they have 50% market share, thanks to India, thanks to my company. And there are several such examples of GSK doing this through Divi's laboratories. They buy huge amount of their APIs from Divi's laboratories. And in about 8 years' time, Sir Andrew Whitty, and he was knighted because of the wonderful work that he did by the Queen as Sir. He took the share price from where it was to about 3 times over. No pharma company in the world has done that. But Sir Andrew Whitty did that. So that's the overarching influence that India today has on the global pharmaceutical scenario. And that's exactly the theme that I picked up to speak to you as to what has happened in India, what are the market trends, what are the challenges that I'm going to walk you through. Next slide, please. Here you go. Production-wise, we are rated. Any guesses? Where are we globally from a volume standpoint? What is our global ranking? India's global ranking in the world, volumes. Any guesses? Third, exactly. Hit the nail on the head. We are third. And in value? Latest is 11. Right. Why is it, or what do you derive out of it? Let's make it interactive. I should be doing a monologue. What is it that tells you that volume we are number 3 and very soon be number 1 in about 5 years' time? That's for sure. Nobody can stop that. And thanks to manufacturers, as Shahjadji said. So what is it that is on the table with this analysis of volume value analysis? What do you think? Prices, exactly. So we are selling huge volumes, excellent quality, thanks to the regulators sitting out here. And we are still 11 because our prices, when you compare to the US, where we are very strongly entrenched, US contributes to about 40% of our exports, and we capture that in Pharmexcel very closely. Guess what was the price of atorvastatin, Lipitor, when the patent expiration took place and Ranbaxy moved into it, and they created a turnover of $1.5 billion and an excellent profit of almost around 75%. What was the kind of money that, in the bottom line, that Ranbaxy earned on $1.5 billion? To my guess, it's purely my guess, nobody lets you know that, right? They would have earned nothing less than $600 to $700 million. And they were selling at 30% discount. And after the first 6 months of the 505B2 that they had got over, the prices dropped by as much as another almost around 40 to 50%. In spite of that, today, the Indian generics sell atorvastatin at 1/10 the price of the brand, whatever little market share they left with, and close to about 1/5 the price of any other generic company when compared. May it be Teva, may it be Sandoz, may it be whoever from anywhere in the world. The US generic companies, they shiver when they look at India, because India gives you excellent quality, India gives you best pricing, and India today in regulatory landscape, and there are a lot of regulatory experts as well as regulators sitting out here, and they'll bear me out. Whoever may say whatever, and I challenge the media. I challenge the media up front. Whoever may say whatever, India is today the best producer in the world. And whatever you see, sensationalism on CNBC TV 18, where I also come repeatedly, the media forgets, and I'm very passionate about it. After every failure, there are 99 successes that the media doesn't talk about. It's just a small little scrawler right down under when the compare or when the newsreader is saying something, and that's very unfortunate. You blow up the bad part of it, and you just don't talk about the good part of it, you know. Every American company in its history, and I once again stand to be challenged, goes through 483s. No big deal. What is a 483? A 483 is a departure from what you should be doing, which is what happens to our Indian regulators. They come, they inspect you, they tell you, these are the observations, please comply with the regulations, and make sure that you are good to go. So as soon as the 483 is given, and you are in minor and major observations, you're good to go. If it's a critical observation, that's not the end of the life for sure. Even in a critical observations, the regulators may just shut shop and move out, but they'll still give you a chance to have a meeting with FDA and make sure that you are given another chance to course correct yourself, to qualify yourself, to move on in life. And that's where this paradigm of CAPA, corrective and preventive action, comes in. So, believe you me, the kind of success that India has been able to bring on the table in terms of number of plants which are US FDA approved today, we are very close to US itself. US is number one, we are number two, both in formulation as well as the API facilities. But the rate at which we are progressing as a country in US and Europe, we would be number one. I have no two thoughts about it in the next 2 years' time and thereabouts. We are going very rapidly. Now come to filings, abbreviated new drug application, NDA, which is basically a passport for the formulations from the US, which is what we call as a dossier, marketing dossier, market authorization dossier in Europe and Japan, and of course rest of the world countries. So it's basically the same, it's just the terminology difference. We have the largest number of ANDAs today, beyond the American companies. Who would have ever thought in '79, when we were 90% net importers of formulations and APIs in the country, that we will become the largest company in the United States, the Makkah Medina of the formulations and pharmaceutical business, and we'll dominate. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a very proud professional from pharma industry like yourself, telling you that 40% of the generic business in US, which is a very strong $100 billion, is controlled by India, right? All across. And there was a lady who was FDA commissioner, Mrs. Hampton, and I met her from Exxon side some 3 years ago. And people from the industry and we from Exxon, we were kind of very perplexed as to what she's going to say. You're apprehensive, the regulators come. She'll talk everything negative about the industry and so on and so forth. No one behind. What happened was exactly the opposite. She says, look folks, I appreciate what you guys are doing to us in the United States. I'm not at all annoyed, I'm not at all worried. But I'm only very concerned that you guys sneeze here and we guys shiver. That's the terminology she used. That in case you have a problem with your staff, I'm very concerned. There'll be huge shortages in US. You control 40% of the space in US, and if you don't supply us, we'll have shortages. If we have shortages, I'll be fired by the President of the United States. So that is the kind of overarching influence that we as an industry have on the United States, which is deeply penetrated by generics. Next, please. No, just go back. I need to go back. Go to the last slide. No, last. You're going forwards. No, don't go back. Go on. Just go back. No. No, next. Sorry for that. You see, what's going to happen here is something that you must notice. There was a time when ROW market, rest of the world market, and this is good for you because most of you export to rest of the world markets, right? Used to be only about 22%, right? And the balance, 78% used to be three major markets, US, Europe, Japan. Look at the paradigm shift which has come about. Today, 54% of the volume market belongs to rest of the world, and 46% amongst these three. US is 24%, 10% is EU, and Japan, fantastic market. My industry colleagues, if you want to do well, and if you have enough patience for about 5 years, think about Japan. Japan today, from a generic standpoint, is penetrated only about 25 to 26%. The government may claim 30%, but it's actually 25 to 26% of the generic space. US is penetrated by 70%, EU is penetrated by close to about 75%. Now when I say penetration, the meaning of penetration is very simple. That of the total generics, the brands or the innovator products are just about 20% max, and that too after huge price cuts. The rest is all generic companies. So, here there's a paradigm shift where ROW is 54%. So concentrate on Japan and ROW. You don't want to go the US way, you don't want to go the Europe way, it's perfectly all right. And can you tell me, outside of US, which is the largest country to whom we export, which is the second largest continent, which is after US, any guesses that? Which is the next number 2 in the pecking order in terms of exports from India? US is number 1, unquestionably, 40% of total exports. So guess, Saurabh, you should be knowing it. It is Africa. It is Africa. So Africa is the place where you guys can succeed, provided you give them good quality. And mind you, I have dealt with young inspectors from Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Lesotho, God knows how many countries, right? And all of them, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, are all either US educated or Europe educated. They look at you. There's a huge shift from what they were about 5 years ago to what they are today. They look at you only from US, FDA, or European perspective. And we as an industry have to respond to that Africa is not the same Africa which it used to be 10 years ago. And PICS, there are about 45 countries in PICS. PICS, in my opinion, in certain ways, is more stringent than US or EU. And Latin America also, we faced very successfully. We faced Brazil audit and visa audit, wonderfully well both in formulations and in APIs. And believe you me, some of those auditors are so tough, and Zone 4 stability is so challenging, it is incredible. So your formulation guys in the R&D, when they sit back, they have to look at temperatures of 40, 75, 40, 80, or whatever those standards are. And if you didn't do that, you would very seriously be in trouble. And therefore, the message of this slide is concentrate on ROW, Africa, Latin America, in a big sizable way. It'll not give you the same numbers in terms of the top line, but it'll give you fantastic volumes, which will fill up your machine and you can move forward. And you can gradually move from Africa to US, Europe, Japan, Korea, you name it, you got that. Next, please. See, global population is moving forward, as you know very well. An aging population is the one which is a source of concern. 4 in 5 of those above the age of 75, have at least one prescription product, whereas 36% of the global aging population take about 4 or 5 prescriptions at any given point in time. And therefore, these are factors which will continue to drive the industry forwards. Any guesses? What is the growth, global growth of pharmaceuticals in volume terms? Take a wild guess, it doesn't really matter. Even if you were wrong, how does it matter? It's only about 6%. What is US? 4%. What is Europe? Hardly about 3.5%. Japan, next to nothing, almost level pegging, 0. What is the growth of India, by the way? What rate of growth India is growing in pharma? 20%? No, 25 is far too much. I wish it was 25. It is not. And it is about 12. CAGR 5 years. Last year we grew by 14%. And mind you, the game changer for the industry in India is going to be what? 2 things. 2 things that this government has done, which are going to be game changers. Jan Aushadhi started off very well, but has plateaued. And the other one, Ayushman Bharat. If Ayushman Bharat goes through, and I have all the sense of confidence it will go through, India would be in a different league altogether. McKinsey and Deloitte both have predicted that by 2020 we will be $50 billion. Currently, in the domestic industry, we are approximately about $20 billion. I don't think we can get to 50 billion, but give it another 4 or 5 years, we'll definitely be 50 billion. And if you are 50 billion, you're in the top 5 countries in the world. I mean, look at your population. You are over-exploding beyond China. So look at the per capita availability of medicine. Nobody can stop this industry. Go with this confidence today that nobody can stop this industry provided your quality is right, provided you're compliant with CGMP, provided you do things right first time. These are the mantras for this industry to succeed. I've seen Dr. Reddy's, I've seen Jubilant, Jubilant Agansys, who I converted from Wham Organic Chemicals Limited as a president. Look at them, they've grown exponentially. They were nothing, they were as small as anybody on this earth about 20 years ago. And look at them today. Whereas MNCs have not moved forwards. Majority of the MNCs are stagnating. Out of Novartis, if you take out the gliptin, they are actually declining. Gliptin because Januvia, it's a patented product as per the new patented paradigm, right? So they are plundering you. One tablet of a gliptin, sitagliptin, Januvia 50. Guess how much does it cost in India? Take a wild guess. It's about 45 to 50 rupees per tablet. And you have to take it along with metformin. How much is metformin? 2 rupees. Same metformin, which used to be 40 rupees during patent. Now that's a paradigm shift which has come about. Right? Nobody can match India. As soon as Januvia patent is over, ladies and gentlemen, that same product will be available at 1 or 2 rupees. That's called affordability. And if you give it at 1 or 2 rupees, the volumes will grow up by 100, 200, 300. Keep on trying, they said. You know, go on 500%. So that's what it is. Next, please. Next. So you see, this is what I've said earlier, that the pharmaceutical market or generics is growing by 8.4%. So what I told you earlier, about 6% is including innovative products. But generics is growing very, very fast. US is the world's biggest generic market. India and China have huge generic. Now, China is 90% generics, mind you. And we have signed an agreement, Formexel has signed an agreement with CFDA and China Chamber of Commerce. Recently, I was a party to that. We took it forward along with the government of India and we signed. Believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, those days of China blocking you indirectly. China has this stupid thing called IDL, Industrial Drug License. Now you keep on applying, I'm a victim of that. You keep on applying, you keep on paying money. They take 5 years to give you first ray of hope, yeah, it's done, it's done. But for some reason they dropped you this thing. So we gave up, everybody gave up, all the Indian companies, they gave up China. But China is $128 billion. It's an amazing market. Recently, because of a movie, I don't know how many of you know that, because of a movie, Gleevec was costing a fortune in China, and poor patients suffering from blood cancer could not afford it, right? So he reached out to his friend in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong fellow got it officially from India, from NATCO. Some of you must have heard of NATCO, right? And then he smuggled it into China through, the water route. And this guy got that. He got cured by $10,000. That's it, finished over. And he would have had to pay 10 times more than what he paid to this friend of his through NATCO. And he got cured. And there was a guy who got a whiff of it, a film producer in China. He produced a movie, which is a blockbuster movie. And the Chinese government was forced about 6 months ago to realize that India produces fantastic quality of medicines at 1/10 the price of the innovator. And therefore, they opened up. About 2 months ago, they lifted the customs duty of 28% and gave an automatic route of approval to go ahead and start supplying to China in cancer and in anti-infectives. Now the situation is the next step. On the 17th of December, we are meeting them in Hyderabad, and what we're going to be along with the government of India, and we are on the verge of a breakthrough in China, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep that in mind. I'm informing you pre-hand that if you are US, EU, Japan, Korea approved, you will not have to conduct a clinical trial in China. Otherwise, for every oral product, you have to conduct a separate trial, but you would not have. And plus, you could be qualified to supply in a very lucrative Chinese market, which is 5 to 10x more pricing than India in about 6 months' time. So where is that 5 years? You're not sure whether you're going to supply or not, right? But still, you invest and you drop, and the entire money is stuck, and the investment is sunk. Today, in 6 months to 9 months' time, you can penetrate the market. Very lucrative market, for sure. Next, please. So this is basically, how in different countries, what is the market share of generics from where you were in 2010 to where you are in 2016. US is 22%, Canada is 28%, and look at South Korea, 35%. Of the total market, huge market. This is the kind of market share generics have been able to generate. Now, if you are the best in business and you have 35% market share, there is that 65% sitting out there. So for the next 20 years, ladies and gentlemen, you can continue to grow if you get your act right and together in India. And if Schedule N is actually implemented exactly the same way it's meant to be. And I sincerely hope, appeal to the regulators, I've already expressed that to Ishwarji, that look, why don't we harmonize ourselves in terms of US, Europe, Japan, and Schedule M, put it all together, have a mutual recognition. The good part has already started. US and Europe have in principle agreed, in principle is quote unquote, right? In principle agreed to recognize each other, which means what? If you're US FDA approved, you will be Europe approved. If you're Europe approved, you're US FDA approved without inspection. That means one inspection you've successfully gone ahead and done, and you're done. You don't have to invest twice over, 3 times over, 4 times over. There is one similar example of a great company I salute, which is Aurobindo, Mr. Ramsar Reddy. He's the first one who's already got this approval. First breakthrough in harmonization has come about from Aurobindo Pharma in the US. Based on the US approval, they've got the European approval and the vice versa. So this is a reality, and if Government of India can do that, CDSO is the mainstream for that, it would bring about a momentum, absolutely a momentum, which will be very, very tough to keep pace with. I think the regulatory landscape would have to increase tenfold if this was to happen. And then you'll see how India can spearhead itself ahead of everybody else. And we could, for that matter, if this happens, we could be number one both ways, volume value in about 5 years' time. That's for sure. Next, please. So therefore, what are the learnings from here? US will be the largest generic company, growing at 7 to 8% gain from new generics. Japan, I explained to you about Japan. So people who have the patience and who can withstand, in my considered opinion, the toughest inspection. We are 3 times in Japan approved, right? The toughest inspection is Japanese inspection. They come with a microscope of their own, they come with a magnifying glass, and they touch everything with hand. So if you had dust anywhere, maybe administrative section, maybe R&D, maybe anywhere, you're done. They walk out. They just don't like a speck of dust anywhere. But that's the market to be in. Pricing is even better than US and Europe. So those who can, you should. South Korea was also another country which is slightly lower than Japan in terms of pricing realization, but very exciting market. Next, please. So these are the areas where you could think of growing and moving forwards. The key therapeutic areas are anti-infective, of course, anti-diabetics. We are the diabetic capital of the world, with almost around 7 crore people suffering from diabetes and many more increasing. And these are reported cases. If you put together unreported cases in the villages and talukas and what have you, it would be at least about, in my considered opinion, about 12 to 15 crore people suffering from diabetes. So what a great area. Hormones, fantastic area to be in. Respiratory and rheumatology. These are major areas where you could look to grow in the exports and domestic market. Next, please. So this is an overview, of what US is all about. I've already explained to you. It's a fantastic market, no two ways about it. We control this market. We must continue to control this market. We must continue to dominate. If we are 40% today, my clarion call to the industry today is that we should go up to 70%. We have to wear it all. Teva has fallen by the wayside, the largest generic company in the world. It became an innovative company along with that, but they lost their way completely under their ex-CEOs being fired. Same is the case with Sandoz. Sandoz is facing cost pressures. They're reaching out to India in such a sizable way. Now look, if you have this, please come to me. If you're not even good, I will help you to come up, right? So they invest in you if your plant is good, if your intent is good. I remember GSK when they came to me in 2008. They said, Dinesh, you are great, right? You're a wonderful bunch of people. You have a very young team. You have a wonderful plant. But you may be compliant to India's CGMP schedule, and you may be compliant to EHS standard. You may be compliant to everything under the sun. But what you need to do is come up to GSK standard. Took me, they said 2 years, $25 million, $5 million, right? I had a tough time with my board asking them for this kind of money, and still not sure whether I'll qualify in 2 years or not. But I prevailed upon them. We gave it, lo and behold, in 6 months' time, we came up to the expectations. We supplied them the first quantity at about 200 pounds and followed by 150 pounds commercial quantity. Today we are one of the top-notch 20 partners in the world. They call us partners. They don't call us vendors. They don't call us suppliers and stuff like that. So if we can do it as a pure vanilla Indian company, everybody amongst sitting here can definitely do that. Next, please. In Europe, markets are very different. Germany, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Spain, they represent 50% of volumes. It's a very good market. In US, you have to be exclusive. You can have only one marriage, no two marriages. Here you can have multiple marriages, right? You can deal with whoever you wish in Europe. There's no exclusivity at all. Very attractive market in terms of volumes. Value lower than US, but still very attractive in terms of vis-a-vis India and rest of the world markets. Excellent market to be in. And it doesn't take you long to get approval. Unlike US, which is uncertain today because of Mr. Trump. He is trying to protect his economy, God bless him. But Europe is a very good market and a market to be in. Next, please. So therefore, what is it that makes US and EU as the present preference? Obviously, whatever is written here, disease burden, insurance. I mean, we in India are not scratching the surface in insurance. Our insurance penetration is hardly about 6% as compared to US and Europe, which is close to about 90%. Nothing happens in the US unless you are insured, right? In Europe also to a very large extent, 80%. You are controlled by insurance, right? Insurance decides what treatment, what brand, what kind of generic product are you going to get and from whom. So you liaise more with the insurance company and less with the pharmacies. That makes all the difference. So therefore, all of this make it very attractive, but then there are entry barriers which lead to product shortages. Not many companies qualify, and therefore the profitability is up. Next, please. So therefore, where does this burgeon, this is called burgeon, where does it take you? You see, this says you're down. This says you're up. So emerging markets are up, developed markets are down. Choice is yours which way you want to go. If you want to go in for highly regulated markets, you may have to live with the risk of a failure. ROW markets, some of them are lowered, some of them are semi-regulated, and I'm sure in 10 years' time, everything would be developed markets, right? So you develop a standard for ROW, which is equivalent to US, Europe, and Japan, and work through that. Give 5 years to ROW, by which time if you have the money and you have deep pockets, go ahead and qualify for the relatively lesser, highly regulated market. And then go to US and Europe if you can. That's my advice to all of you sitting in this room. Next, please. So therefore, what's happening in 2017? I won't go much into it except that US is becoming protective. They have an ongoing huge battle for $125 billion worth of customs embargo in the US. Now that's a big economic warfare that President Trump has unleashed. And he used very uncharitable language for pharmaceuticals. Anybody remembers that, what he said about pharmaceuticals? You are destroying America. You are cheating us. You need to be set right. So we protested from India, and from Excel took the lead. I said, what do you mean? Who are you trying to tell all this? You want us to withdraw? Tell us, no problem. Instantly he Twittered next day. What I mean is people who are overcharging us. And we were never overcharging at all. Our pricing was the lowest. And then he complimented Indian pharmaceutical industry. And we reached out there. But look, you guys are doing a great job, continue to do it. Don't worry about what I said. That's what Trump is. He takes a 180 return and withdraws, stays or whatever. So US market is unpredictable market. Anything can happen. So let's move on from here. Next, please. So global pharma scenario is what I've explained to you, that it is basically the pharma emerging and ROW markets which are going to be your bread and butter. And on top of that, if you really qualified and you were sure that you're the best in town, get in the US, Europe, Japan, and Korea. Next, please. So this is basically different points in time when pharma emerging or rest of the world markets moved on. Next, please. So this is 2025 forecast. And just see there, we estimate or guesstimate as per IMS, which is the Bible of pharmaceutical industry, that ROW, ladies and gentlemen, will be 70%, and you will have only 30% for the regulated markets. So keep that in mind and keep a time horizon of about 5 years' time from 18 to 23 to get into excel the ROW markets. Do it in a manner people who are familiar with the market can help you do that, right? And then gradually move into those markets, because the moment it's 30% in volumes, right, the pricing will go up dramatically in regulated markets. And if you qualify at that point in time for the regulated markets, you've done it. Next, please. So therefore, decline drivers, high drug registration fee, for regulated markets, facility registration, indirect entry barriers like Trump has done, high lead time. This will bring about the decline to 30%. Next, please. I don't want to go spending about 100 crores of my money and being disqualified just because Trump doesn't like me. Next, please. So, Indian life science industry, we've looked at exports. Let's look at domestic very quickly in the next 10 minutes. Please go ahead. Before 70, as I told you, what happened to me in Hertz is exactly the scenario. 70 to 2005, India exploded. India learned the tricks because of the TRIPS compliance. We had this beautiful caveat in the TRIPS, trade-related patent securitization. There, in that system, there was a cut-off point of 31st December 1998 and 1st of January 1999. 98, we were free to do what we like in process patent. So one product made by any innovator, if we had a different process, we would freak out, and we freaked out. We freaked out big time, ladies and gentlemen. Right? And thanks to Mrs. Gandhi for that. I have no political affiliations. She did not sign on the dotted line in the Uruguay round of Dodge. Right? And she said, nothing doing. And she gave a challenge to the Indian chemists, to the Indian R&D brains, to go ahead and do the process patents, whichever way you did. And we all did. The entire industry rose to the occasion. Hats off to the industry. That for one molecule, one product, we had 20 pathways. Nobody in the West knew how we were doing that, because we had very good grooming in chemistry, thanks to the academia. We had wonderful institutions. We used the best of brains. So that is how generics came into being, for creating different pathways to the same product. But in came, January 1st, 2005. They said enough is enough. Now you guys are almost developed. Fast developing, almost developed. So we negotiated and we came to this conclusion that if your product is patented after 1st of January 1999, there will be product patent and process patent. So today, India is such a great market where you have the innovators coming in with their products and where you have the generics coming in with their products. It's a beautiful market. Nobody wants to. That's why people like Novartis, people like Merck Sharp and Dohme, and so many other European companies and American companies have come back rushing because they see India as the biggest potential in pharmaceutical market. Next, please. So therefore, this is the scenario I've already spoken to you that, we are the biggest pharmaceutical producer, huge amount of exports, currently at about $18 billion to 200 countries, mind you. And we are expected, between this period, which is going to end by McKinsey, to grow at about 13% exponential. China is growing at hardly at about 10%. Nobody is going faster than us. Like GDP, nobody is going faster than us. Next one. Africa is growing at about almost around 11%. So that's another market to concentrate on. So our entire biotech industry by 25, along with pharmaceuticals and along with Ayush, don't forget Ayush at all, even for a moment, because that's going to be the next game changer for India, will reach $100 billion by 2025. Again, Deloitte and McKinsey put together have put in this number. There's a rationale behind it. My sense is by 2025, if the political destabilization doesn't happen, we could even reach this figure earlier than 2025. Next, please. So this is by and large the pharmaceutical manufacturing, bulk drugs, APIs, formulation. I want to spend just 2 minutes on bulk drugs, which is where we are pushing the government, NITI Aayog and PMI personally involved in this initiative. Almost 95% of Indian formulations, and Jensar knows it better than anybody else here, right, is dependent on Chinese APIs. If China pulls the plug, which is what they've done because of pollution and because of regulatory norms, we as an industry in formulation for domestic are dead. Now, here is a classical paradox that you have $6 billion worth of KSMs, intermediates, and APIs being imported predominantly from China, and we export an equal value of $6 billion to US, Europe, Japan, Korea, and ROW markets, right? Why? Because China cannot produce that quality. China cannot produce that kind of documentation and regulatory. We send our regulatory experts to KSM suppliers like NCPC, CSPC, these behemoths, $100 billion, $25 billion, $50 billion, to teach them how to create a document, because if US FDA or Europe comes to me, Japan comes to me, they want to inspect the KSM supplier off-late in the last 2 or 3 years. They're insisting that we will go. And the moment you say China, Those guys shut shop, they close their plant. They don't do anything in them. They're being expensive. Where they close their factories and run away, right? To a stage where today anything that we qualify, we teach those fellows how to create documentation properly, right? So the government of India is convinced, they have agreed with us that they'll provide that kind of an ecosystem where there will be SEZs, where there will be common effluent treatment facilities, common testing facilities, so on and so forth. But you know, the amount of provisioning which the Honorable Finance Minister Arunji has done is peanuts. It's 200 crores. One SEZ in Pharma in China is a staggering $1 billion, and the entire money is spent by government of China, right? It's only later on that they get the payback from the industry. So 200 crores is not going to take us anywhere in 5 zones, clusters that have been identified. So our humble appeal to the government is to provide at least 500 crores, if not more. So, but I'm sure sooner or later the government is totally alive to it. People who have an intent to get into API, my advice to you is now or never. Because ultimately China will cease to be a supplier to India if they don't improve themselves or they don't get into a price cartel. In the last 6 months or so, the pricing of API has gone up by 40, 50, 60, 100% also, creating shortages. And then above that, we have NPPA sitting. There's a new director of NPPA, and I hope things will change. So you have a double whammy. You're under cost pressure because of China on the API side, and you have NPPA, Danda, on the head of you. So what do you do? So the industry is today struggling. We've reached out to people who matter. Hopefully NPPA will be progressive decision making from now on with the new current dispensation. Formulations, I don't have to say much, we do so well. It's just that you learn should kick in and move forward. Next week. And I told you about patented and generic scenario from 2005 onwards. So it's a great market for the foreigners, great market for us, and you couldn't have a better ecosystem than what you have today. So these are the dynamics of the API I've explained to you. Formulations is the largest exporter. Contract research. Here, if somebody might tell you contract research is very lucrative, just hold your breath. Contract research is fraught with dangers. You depend or you survive on 2 or 3, European guys or American guys. You start contract manufacturing. One little coma, colon, whatever, and they break the contract with you. You're finished. I've seen hundreds of companies, Indian companies, small companies in MSME sector, folding out because the client has pulled the rug on you because he got better pricing from somebody else. So be very careful in contract manufacturing. It's very fragmented. So there's no organized way of putting them all together. And lastly, biosimilars. People who have the length and the breadth, like Biocon, right? And like, Zydus Canada Healthcare and Dr. Reddy's. But there are small companies also doing very well in biosimilars. Think through biosimilars. It could be the next story of a repetitive growth by Indian companies. Biosimilars, when I headed biotechnology in about 10 years ago in Walker, there was no way. A small little molecule called insulin, which is 64 amino acids, right? Simpler than, small molecules, right? Were not being given approval by US FDA because of political pressure of Biological Innovation Organization, BIO, where Novo Nordisk, where Eli Lilly, where Amgen, they spent tons of money in election campaigns of the United States presidents from both the parties to make sure they didn't give permission. And we asked them one question. I was leading the pack at that point in time to Hillary Clinton. I was there along with the group. And we said, ma'am, do you think we are killing people in India? We are killing people in Poland? We are killing people in the rest of the world? We said, no. And she promised us at that point in time that we will give you the approval. She didn't. When Democrats came to power, Obama came to power, they didn't. But now they're killing. They're under so much pressure because the pricing difference between a Polish insulin, recombinant insulin versus US insulin supplied by the innovators is 100 times over. If it's $1 here, it's $100 there. So we presented the case, and I'm very happy to inform you that they finally approved it. We're moving forward. Europe was already approved of it 5 years ago. So dynamics are changing. Those who want to venture out into biosimilars, please do that. Next. So this is the growth pattern, in terms of $1 billion in India. 12 billion in 12, 16, 37 billion, which is currently the scenario. CAGR of 21%. so by projecting 55 by 20, which will actually be 25, I'm being at about 12%. So if we were to grow at 21% on a low base, and the same momentum was to continue, this figure could easily be surpassed. Next, please. So, this is what it is in terms of where we stand. We control 25% of the value share and 42% in the US as I told you, right? And based on expected pricing. And we account for more than 95% of the Indian pharmaceutical market. Next, please. So, India is the pharmacy to the world, 200 countries, nobody ever thought of that. 75% of vaccine manufacturing takes place in India. Bharat Biotech, this Serum Institute, they control the whole market. Who would have ever thought of it? Every third pill sold in the US is from India. And that I told you, third in APIs after China and Italy. Italy in the next year will be number 3, that's for sure. I can promise you that. Next, please. Next. So therefore, what are the government, lastly, and very importantly, which is where I'm spearheading this initiative along with Government of India, is, there is this DOP's document called Pharma Vision 2020, right, which is, trying to integrate end-to-end manufacturing, a very noble thought. Reduced approval times, the regulators are sitting there, they'll explain that, and I do. Imagine in Telangana, under KCR, it's going to attract investments of US $14 billion, unsolicited. They've not reached out to anybody. The innovators, the Europeans, Japanese, Koreans, everybody's come that we want to set up a facility in Telangana. $14 billion, that's not a small amount. Next, please. So put in place a mechanism, a drug price NPPA that I told you about. Indian and global companies have expressed 175 investment decisions worth 1,000 crores, $162 million. In Gujarat alone, the Prime Minister's, ground play. Unsolicited again. It's not a part of vibrant Gujarat. By itself, standalone, and amazing. I mean, that's how the world perceives India. That's how the world gives respect to India, for sure. Scheme for development of common facilities, as I told you, that India needs to do a lot better. 200 crores not going to help us at all, right? It might just help 1 or 2 clusters, not beyond that, that's for sure. Next, please. So why India? Why is it people are coming in clubs and boards to set up facilities or do joint ventures in India? Any guesses there? Why everybody's talking about India? Why am I talking about India? Next, please. Quick. Low cost production, lower R&D. Production is 60%, lesser than that of US and almost half that of Europe. The cost of production. India is emerging as the leading destination for medical tourism. You know that in the next week. Next. That's it. So my message at the end of it all, I respect your statement here, No, I'm very passionate about it, and the more passionate I become, the more passionate Government of India becomes, DOP becomes, CDSO becomes, the industry, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely going to benefit. I stand here today at this juncture on the podium, exhorting each one of you amongst the manufacturers to up the ante. India in 2025, my hope is, can be not $55 billion, but $100 billion. Only thing is to create an amalgamated ecosystem along with regulators and manufacturers and of course the business development guys like ourselves to make sure that we bring relief to the humanity at very, very affordable prices. If all of us did that, and as the organizer said earlier, that we are doing something for the society, we are social transformers, right? If we did that at affordable prices, without increasing prices, we would have paid back to the society more than what we owed them. So thank you very much, and have a great time indeed in this conference today. Thank you.
Very humbly may I request Dr. Shahbaz Alam, the President of Rabbi Meher, along with Ms. Anita Alam, Vice President Rabbi Meher. I also request our Chief Guest, Mr. Dinesh Dua, to kindly come on the stage along with the guest of honors. We are about to launch the souvenir. Very humbly I request the guest of honor for the day, Dr. D.C. Jain, to kindly come on the stage. Advocate Shashank Mahapatra to kindly join us. Mr. Moin Dawn, Mr. Ali Hussain, Mr. Anil Jori, Mr. Lekram Oded, Mr. Than Ban, Dr. D.K. Mehta, Mr. Ketan Zota to kindly come on the stage and launch the souvenir here amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a huge round of applause for all the distinguished guests. Let's cheer them up and give a huge round of applause.
थोड़ा सा बोलिए पीछे ना
And the aim and objective of the Pharma Ratan Awards 2018 with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cherish this grand moment. Thank you everyone for doing the honors, and very humbly may I request Dr. D.C. Jain to kindly be on the stage and share his precious words of wisdom with the august gathering. I request Dr. D.C. Jain to kindly be there on the dais and share the precious words of wisdom.
I know that the program is already late for 1.5 hours, and there are 5 speakers and 20 minutes slot has been given to 5 speakers. So therefore, my speech has to be confined to only 4 minutes, and out of the 4 minutes I have already taken half a minute. Dr. Shahbaz Alam told me that I should speak that Akos Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited is the largest manufacturer of the country, and we manufacture about 12% of the country's medicine consumption in India. So therefore, I should explain to the audience what are the secrets of success and what are the parameters on which we have achieved this success. In 4 minutes time it is very difficult, and even otherwise to explain what is the secrets of success and the parameters of success is a very difficult task. Generally it is said that there are 4 factors, that is the hard work, the education, experience and the luck. According to me, my worker does harder work than I do. A professor in the college is much more educated than me. My driver has a 20 years experience, but he has not become industrious. A person who buys a lottery of rupees 10 and gets a lottery of about 1 crore rupees is much more luckier than me. Therefore, what we need is all the 3 and much more than that. Hard work is necessary, education is necessary, experience is necessary, and sabke utte Rab ji hai. Now, this is all, but I feel that there is something much more than what we need. We must have a goal to achieve. We must have an attitude to achieve. We must have focus to achieve what we have to do it. Then next is, we must know the purpose of the business. And what is the purpose of the business? The purpose of the business is to create a customer, to retain a customer, and to earn from the customer. And for creation of the customer, we must be innovative, research-oriented. We must have something new ideas, and new product will get the customer. A customer will come where he is invited, and he will stay where he is treated well. The retention of the customer is much more important than creation of the customer. And for retention of the customer, timely delivery, the quality of the medicine is much more important, and much more than that, the transparency in dealing honesty, or सबसे ज़्यादा humbleness. If you have to climb If you have to climb a hill, you must go. Unless you are humble, you cannot go up. So therefore, पेड़ के अंदर फल लगे हैं तो नीचे झुका है. अगर आपके बादल में पानी है तो झुका है. तो if you have to progress, you have to go down. I stated that success is not something that you just enter into the lift, push the button and you go to the floor. For success, it is like walking the stairs, one by one, step by step you have to go. It is said that for a success, it is the success that succeeds. I say it is not the success that succeeds. It is the success that will succeed. Success to succeed means you all industrialists must have your succession planning, and your successor must also be in your foot. Generally, if they don't, then it is difficult. It is said that the first generation creates the business, the second generation enjoys the business, and third generation destroys the business. But if you are active and you teach them properly, perhaps that will be your big assets. I have my two sons, I have the third generation also. Perhaps they are doing better than I do. So therefore, your succession planning is necessary. For running a business, you must have leaders, you must have managers, you must have executives. A leader is a person who creates more leaders and not many followers. So therefore, but we need leaders. And who are the leaders? A leader is a person who knows the way, who goes the way, and who shows the way. A manager is a person who performs, who reforms, and who transforms. An executive is a person who executes, who effects and translates your actions into reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And now let's give a huge round of applause for the next dance performance we have amongst us. And after that, we all are leaving for a 15-minute tea break.
Never let my
wonderful amalgamation of the Western and the Eastern dance. Thank you, girls.
I'm glad that you have touched this question also, and thank you so much. So, coming to the topic, pharmacovigilance and fixed dose combinations. Like any other aspect, there are some positives and negatives. So here also we do have witnessed some positives if we talk about fixed dose combinations, like in the treatment of tuberculosis, right? Because that is not quite possible if we do not have fixed dose combinations. So there are some drugs which are actually used to mask a side effect another drug. That is one plus point. There are some drugs which have some other aspects, and if you talk about titration of dose, so it may have a negative impact. Okay, but let me tell you that pharmacovigilance or drug safety that is emerging, and we have went ahead and we have crossed that mark when you can say that pharmacovigilance or drug safety is not existing in India. So now Indian government has published its guidelines and under your guidance also. So I can say that if fixed dose combinations are that important, right, there is no harm to let fixed dose combinations continue, because we are well prepared as far as dealing of adverse drug reactions are concerned, because every marketing authorization holder or sponsor, they are being asked from the government of India to get their pharmacovigilance system established. So now for most of the companies, and for the small scale companies also, we have or we will be having established pharmacovigilance system. We will be having the trained staff. So there is no way we could say, or we should say that we are not ready to take up the adverse drug events coming from the therapy fixed dose combinations. So we are well prepared, and we can be able to handle fixed dose combinations therapeutic outcome in a negative way.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a difficult question. Yeah, you can. My question is the extension of this question, so you can answer me this. See, according to the new drug definition, a new fixed dose combination is being considered as a new drug, and for a new drug you require a clinical trial. But for fixed dose combination, what we are actually providing to the government is nothing but the bioequivalence data. And while doing a BAB studies, you have got a very limited number of healthy subjects, maybe 24 healthy subjects. So how do you really evaluate safety of a new fixed dose combination with the help of 24 volunteers who take this medication for a very short period of time?
Good morning, all the audience. Dr. Mohin, thanks for raising this very important aspect. I would still like to add to his first query that why there are so many numbers of FDCs in India rather than in WHO. See, in India, Indian market is more than need. It is market oriented. When patient suffers from a disease, his first priority is no matter he wants to get quick relief in 2 or 3 days. So that leads to requirement of adding more and more antibiotics. Now today's patient doesn't believe in tests. Sensitivity test in antibiotics used to be, it is an old story now. Before starting antibiotic therapy, I don't think more than 90% patient undergoes any such test that which antibiotic is going to be effective on which person. So it is basically that need orientation and quick relief desired by the patient. It has led to the companies and their marketing department to make more and more combinations, whether rational or irrational, leading to more of resistance. If you see other countries, we don't find these combinations. Where 2 or 3 antibiotics or 1 antibacterial, 2 antibiotics are combined, just to give quick relief or to increase the spectrum of activity. It just increases the resistance. Now there is more and more awareness. So this issue has been taken up. Once the issue of drug resistance has been taken.
That's right.
It was because of that in India we have more of disease. It is because of more marketing strategy and less of justification. Now we are going more towards justification, and there should not be excessive dose of medication. If a patient needs one medication, let it be confined to one medicine. Although all medicines are individually permitted, but there is no rationale giving them altogether. This is the basic answer of your first question. Second thing, as Dr. Vasi very clearly told, to mask the side effect of other drugs, like most of the antacids, pantoprazole, rabeprazole, are added just to mask the side effect of, say, diclofenac or ibuprofen. Most of these painkillers will find added component of antacid to it. Otherwise, there is no other reason.
That's right. Yeah.
So this is basically more because of marketing strategy of companies, and to increase their market share, they have put in more FDCs rather than any clinical study behind it.
Yeah.
That was it. Now, in the last meeting, we discussed this issue that government is banning FDCs. It is right from 2016 notification has been issued, but it is almost 2.5 years now. We are not able to enforce it properly because for one reason or another, or because of legal lacuna, companies goes to court and takes stay for no coercive action to be taken, especially in Indian scenario. So even this issue was discovered, why not to ban it at manufacturer level from day one, and then give some window period for the marketing, for the drug in distribution channel to get it recalled if it is not safe, or to get it liquidated by whatsoever better word you use. So now this is the government perception to go to think to remedy, to find a remedy in this way also, because it would reduce litigation and this would increase the effective legislation of a banned drug. Now, regarding clinical studies, I request Ankit to give answer because they are more directly prone to, as long as the FDCs which are covered under new drug.
Thank you, sir. Actually, as per Rule 122E, we are receiving new drug applications. So our one pathway has been already been approved by the ministry. So all these proposals went to subject expert committee constituted by Ministry of Health, where in this committee doctors are there, respected doctors, and proposals were reviewed by them with respect to safety and rationality of this FDC. If individual drugs are approved, so or second times their forms are coming, there is no need to conduct the clinical trial. On the basis of IPM study, we are giving approval also, which details are available on CDSO website. Once first time when coming to India or anybody manufacturer launch the new molecules, so clinical trial or other safety parameters will be assessed by experts. So if unmet need is there, so we are always welcome as a regulator. So there is a procedure.
Yeah, but what I was trying to ask, that in case of an FDC, the applicant is not required to conduct a clinical trial. That's right. So you are supposed to only provide the data from the VABE studies.
Yes. If already individual drugs are approved, then already these FDC guidelines as well as all these procedures are available on website. And if I remember, last DKB meeting, this one of the remark noted by committee that FDC guidelines will be reviewed. So very soon you will see new guidelines.
My contention was entirely different. That when you have an efficacy and safety of a single individual moiety, that cannot be compared with the safety and the efficacy of 2 or 3 molecules combined together, because they can definitely, the kinetics and dynamics within the body can be entirely different, and it can have serious safety repercussions, and which we are actually bypassing. We are just asking the applicant to prepare a bioequivalence and BA data, and on the basis of that alone we are giving. So there is definitely a question mark against the safety of this new combination which comes into the market. What I would like to ask somebody from there, because only these 3 or 4 panelists have been answering my question, and we have to take these 2 questions very quickly. I was reading one of the articles on FDCs recently, and in a survey conducted in a tertiary hospital, it was reported that the doctors, I'm talking about the practicing doctors in a tertiary hospital, they were not aware of a single FDC combination which appears in the WHO list of recognized essential drug list. So, I mean, this comes to me as a very surprising element, but what we can do that at least these practicing doctors would know which are the FDCs which have been recognized by WHO. What is your take on this? Anybody from there?
Thank you, sir. Next question. As you rightly said, first of all, WHO has recognized about 25 FDCs.
Yeah.
So where is the need? Only at those places FDC should be recommended, if it is essential. But WHO has recognized based on the global scenario. Indian scenario may be different.
Okay.
So I appreciate if India has many FDCs, but at the same time it should be rational. So as a lot of work is ongoing, everybody is aware, and my colleague has spoken a lot. And there is also need to have the, as you said, awareness. First of all, we should know which is the essentials. Without FDC, we cannot run them, we should not prescribe. Where it is mandatory, required, then only it should be. At the same time, I don't see if Indian industry has developed thousands of FDC, there might be some science, because during development, people don't develop like that, they mix and make the product. They are doing in study. What is happening with 2 drug nations? This is a preliminary requirement for making any FDC. So they must have, but as maybe some regulatory has not asked, so it could not provide that data initially. But I am sure if regulatory is asking the mandatory data, industry will be able to provide all the each data and that FDC. And if it is being accepted in India, I am sure that FDC will be used in the world also. For example, just US was telling me, there is a huge market in Africa. So many people are surviving based on Indian medicine only.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. He was talking about the generic medications.
Yes, yeah.
And I would also say, because Tanveer is sitting there, there is other gentlemen who have expertise in formulation development.
Yeah.
What you are talking about basically a designing of a FDC. You are talking about a pharma formulation, and you are also talking about in vitro studies. So incompatibility between drug A, B, C and all that is being considered and evaluated at the basic drug design. So that does not actually safeguard, or that does not guarantee you that this combination will be a safe combination when it is taken by human beings. So we are talking about two different parameters.
Absolutely, sir. You rightly said. That's why at the same time, if regulatory asking this data and evaluating whatever it is required, if it's clinical study, it will be done. If this, you can understand simple thing. If I don't ask anything from my father, he will not give anything. We have to ask.
So you have to ask. Yes. So you are suggesting that the regulator should ask for such data?
Yes, yes. And
okay.
I am sure industry will provide. It's good for industry because one they have conducted the study, it will use in whole life. If they are doing any modification, they can do whatever additional studies required. It can be there.
Okay.
And at the same time, one good thing I also have for regulators, they are my colleague, even though I would like to say this is a good platform. There is lack of the standards for FDCs right now. Even in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, we have started 2-3 years ago. We could add only 100 FDCs. Yes. And in market, I think 1,000 FDCs available. So for essential FDCs, we are working, but it's not easy, as you said. When we started, lot of study, lot of data is required. Because whatever standard we are putting in Indian Pharmacopoeia, it can be used worldwide. And again, it differs from formulation to formulation. So what I suggest to regulatory, if they can start some portal, common portal on the CDCSO website, at least initially methods or standards preliminary, whatever being approved by regulatory for first marketing authorization, that standards if you can provide on website, so it will help for other manufacturers to evaluate the initial quality, and it can be also upgraded time to time. And after 2-3 years, keeping on portal, this method or specification can be evaluated further, and it can be the part of the Indian Pharmacopoeia. It will be the very big strength for Indian industry as well as Indian regulators.
Yeah, that's a very nice question. Suggestion to regulators. My last question to the panel here, because we are running out of time. That's right. I think she had given me only 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We have taken more than 20 minutes. One of the articles said that the doctors normally read about a disease either from textbooks or from the journals or from the MRs. So how we can educate, how can we sensitize them? I mean, then the ball comes to in the court of the stakeholders, and especially the pharma companies. They have to take this onus on them that through their medical representatives, they train the prescriber of the FDCs that what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, what are the 25 recognized FDCs by WHO. So how pharma industry can do something about it, because there are manufacturers sitting here on the panelists. So probably somebody, either you can say something about this. Tanveer, anybody?
Very valid point you have mentioned, sir, because my concern is with the common patient, common people. Like of late 328 FDC also has been banned by the government, and some brand like Vic Section 500, Saridon, which the people have taken from the ages, all of a sudden they have been banned. So that is, the onus is definitely on the manufacturer to make aware, first of all, to the doctors, what would be the possible ADR, and then it comes to the patient. I think that is should be taken care.
Yeah, I mean, today morning which we were talking about, and some people were talking about to me about the lack of awareness of reporting ADR in India, and that is the crux of the problem here in India, that we do not have sufficient data on the safety of the drugs. From our Indian population, we are currently depending on the data what we get from US FDA and EMA, and we are supposed to take action based on the safety reported from EMA and US FDA, and this data is being challenged in the course of law by many other stakeholders, and then we had to revoke the ban, and there are a lot of litigations going on in the court right now. So it is our duty, I mean the people who are sitting here, they are stakeholders from all forms of the life, And these pharma stakeholders' duty to create this awareness of the drug safety and drug efficacy. It is not only for FDCs, but it is for all the pharmaceuticals which have been consumed here in India. So myself being very passionate about drug safety and pharmacovigilance, this is my sincere appeal to everybody here that we really need to promote the cause of pharmacovigilance and drug safety, and the basic step, one thing is required is the reporting culture, which is badly missing in India, and every one of us has to do our best to inculcate this ADR reporting culture in India. I think he has something to say.
Rightly said, but just I want to add something to your this ADR.
Yeah.
It's a very good subject, and everybody is talking nowadays. But again, it is lacking. Awareness is lacking. But what is my personal experience and thinking? We ourselves has to be waken up. हम लोग अपना जन्म कुंडली बहुत संभाल के रखते हैं ना, हर आदमी की जन्म कुंडली होगी, कैसा है भाई, हमारा क्या होगा, बट हमने लाइफ में कौन कौन सा दवाई लिया हमें किसी को नहीं पता, करेक्ट? हमें इसको स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, एटलीस्ट जब जाके तभी सवेरा, आज से स्टार्ट करें कि हमारे बच्चे कौन कौन सी दवाई ले रहे हैं, उसका हिस्ट्री होना चाहिए, बिकॉज सर एडीआर में ये भी नहीं हो सकता कि आज उसका लॉन्ग टर्म के बाद भी इफेक्ट होता है, तो उसके पहले हमने क्या लिया, एंड इट हैज टू बी स्टडीड. Then I think after 5 to 10 years we will be in the very good position as a by attitude, by habits and everything this stuff, and it will automatically speak. So it's very good. We are doing this awareness to doctors. Sometimes doctors don't have time. Frankly speaking, they don't have time to support. We are enforcing. We are putting coordinators there that it should be reported. It's very good practice. It should continue. But at the same time, parallelly, it should come in our habit. For example, here is the 100 people. If we share this thing with 10 colleagues after going here, then it will spread to 1,000 people. Then those 1,000 people will also spread. So it will in masses, you know. So it will come in habit. हम लोग आज से start करेंगे तो it will give good results, and I hope this pharmacovigilance and ADR reporting automatically will enhance, and this number people should in mind what is the number of the pharmacovigilance reporting. This is the toll-free number. I don't think people are knowing. So it has to be as much as possible. It should be advertised, make popular public awareness.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. I thank all the panelists to be here, and I hope our problem is the time, and that's why we could. There are a lot of other questions which probably we could have put in front of the panelists, but unfortunately time does not permit us. We have another panel discussion coming up. So thank you very much for all of you for this lovely panel discussion, and I hope you must have been benefited from the questions and the answers, what you answered from the expert panelists. Thank you so much once again.
Arising in this field. Now may I request our beloved sponsors for the day, and I'll be requesting you to kindly come on the dais and share with us the success story. And these sponsors are the people, dear audience, without whom this show today would not have been such, we would have not enjoyed it with a lot of fanfare without their support. So our first sponsor of the day is Mr. Sunil Khubchandani. Sir is the CEO of Dawa India. I request Sir to kindly come here and share the success story. I repeat, Mr. Sunil Khubchandani to kindly come on the dais, and dear audience, let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause. I also request all the dear speakers to kindly take care of the time limit so that we are not running short of time. Thank you.
Sunil from Dawa India. We are a Surat-based company, and it's a pleasure for me to be a part of this company. It's almost 25 years of my experience in pharma industry, and this is the time where I can say that in my last 25 years, बहुत सारे हमने काम किया होगा सर, बहुत सारे डोमेन्स में काम किया होगा, बट जितने हैप्पीनेस इस बिजनेस में मिलती है ना, वो शायद इससे पहले कभी नहीं मिली सर. I worked in multiple domains, so this is our generic company basically, and we are India's one of the first genuine generic companies. In India, basically, when we talk about generics, it is more about the branded generics. wherein the advantage of the MRP medicine goes to the patients. In our case, I'll give an example of metformin, say for example. We sell it at the rate of just 6 rupees per 10 tablets. The market MRP should be around 20 rupees. So it's indeed a pleasure for us to be a part of this program, and I'll just share something about our project. Basically, we have taken up an objective of opening up around 3,000 stores by March 2020. As on date, we are open for around 100 stores, and maybe by the end of March 2019, we will be having around 300 operational stores, and I'm sure by March 2020, we'll be having around 3,000 stores. So it's indeed a pleasure. It's a futuristic business opportunity, and definitely we are looking forward to have not many business partners out of this entire program also, and it's indeed a pleasure for us. And as far as our current presence is concerned, presently we are present in Gujarat, MP and Maharashtra, and we are expanding now in Delhi. We have recently started with our first store in Delhi. We have recently started our first store in Haryana. We are upcoming in Uttarakhand, and we are starting with Bangalore also. So maybe next financial year, we are looking forward to have a pan-India presence with 3,000 stores. And so sorry, with the 3,000 stores, and it's hardly an investment of 5 to 6 lakh rupees for a person who can start with his own complete store, including everything. First invoice is hardly 1.5 lakh rupees to start with, and wherein we supply almost 970 molecules. So as of now, we are having around 970 SKUs with us, and looking forward to have around 3,000 SKUs by the end of March 2020. It's a great project, and we look forward to have some partners from this, if in case it suits them. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
And we wish you all the best for your future endeavors. May I now request Dr. Maroof Khan, MD Nanos Medicare, the second sponsor for the day, to kindly come on the dais and share the success story with us. Dr. Maroof Khan, MD Nanos Medicare. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a huge round of applause? Thank you.
We are actually newcomers in this industry, and we are starting in new drugs, coming with lots of new different medicines in the sector. Thank you so much.
Coming up next, we have Ms. Surabhi Verma, Director, Sanify Healthcare. I request ma'am, a very enigmatic lady I came across during the tea break. A huge round of applause for ma'am. Ma'am, we welcome you to share your success story.
Thousands of stories are told about how children inherit wealth from their parents. But you may have come across very few where children turn their parents' dream into reality. A very beautiful morning to our worthy chief guest, honorable Pharma delegates, national and international guests, and the entire Pharma Ratan team. A special mention to Dr. Shehbaz Alam ji and Madam Anita Shehbaz ji for putting their heart and mind into the event. I, Surabhi Verma, Director, Sanify Healthcare, take pride and pleasure to share our beautiful journey with you. Sanify, as the name suggests, means to improve health. We are a Punjab-based company, and our operation started way back in the year 2003. The journey till date is a long one, where challenges are as visible as the fates. The brainchild of Mr. Sachin Verma, promoter and managing director of Sanify Group, has played a pivotal role in taking the group to zenith of success in his illustrious career. Being from a non-business background, he is a perfect example of how professional integrity, ethical thought process, risk-bearing capability, and excellent forecasting and building a strong team can steer a company forward. An extremely positive and strong leader he is. The credibility of the group carries high premium only due to his work ethics, value for commitment, and visionary approach. We've been in the industry for over 15 years now, and have become a trusted and reliable name in the medical fraternity. We at Sanify offer you a unique array of 1,000 plus quality brands in the market. With our 9 marketing divisions, we have a strong presence catering to more than 600 plus clients in our franchisee marketing network. Another feather in our cap has been the acquisition of the marketing division of Adelaide Formulations in the year 2017. The company has also ventured into exports and is planning to expand it in the coming years. Our quest to expand into geographies outside is a testament to the scalability of our platform. Our team of qualified technocrats has always helped us gain competitive advantage. An unflinching commitment to quality has always been our core competence. Also, at Sanify, we've been practicing CSR, corporate social responsibility, as a part of our contribution to the society. Most importantly, for anything and everything, God has always been our constant companion, and we owe our success to Him. Summing it up, I would say that success really does not happen overnight. It takes a lot of perseverance and patience. There will be obstacles, there will be doubters, there will be mistakes, but just believe in yourself. Thank you once again on behalf of the entire team of Sanify Healthcare. For us, as rightly said in most of these speeches, relationships are everything. The rest are minor details. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and we wish you that you have more than 1,000 products to prove worldwide. All the best for that. And may I call on stage Mr. Sandeep Arora, CEO and Director, Ultra Drugs. He's the next sponsor of the day with a huge round of applause. May I welcome Mr. Sandeep Arora, CEO and Director, Ultra Drugs.
Hello, good afternoon, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. I am Sandeep Arora, CEO and Director of Ultra Group of Companies. We started with a single manufacturing unit in 2007. Now we are a group of companies having 4 pharmaceutical units, 2 are in Baddi and 2 in Panchkula district. Now we are not just into pharmaceuticals, but we are diversified into herbals, cosmetics, nutraceuticals, and stepping into APIs also. All this was possible with the hard work, dedication, quality, and most importantly, customer satisfaction. Now we have entered into exports with the cooperation of Mr. Shahbaz. I am proud to be a part of Pharma Ratan Group. Thank you.
Dear August gathering, now we commence very shortly with the memento presentation ceremony. And to do the honors, may I call on stage Dr. Shahbaz Alam, the President Rabbi Meher, to kindly come on the stage with a huge round of applause, everyone. I also request our esteemed chief guest for the day, Mr. Dinesh Dua, to kindly join us for this ceremony. And very humbly, I also request Dr. Anita, Vice President Rabbi Meher, to kindly come on the stage for the memento presentation ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. May I request our first guest of honor, Mr. Ketan Zota, to kindly come on the stage. We welcome you, sir. Let's not be miser with our clapping, everyone. Mr. Ketan Zota, I request you to kindly come on the stage, and we request our esteemed team to present him the memento. That's the token of the love and gratitude from Pharma Ratan 2018. Coming up next, we have Dr. D.K. Mehta. I request Dr. D.K. Mehta to kindly come on the stage. She's another guest of honor we have here. With a huge round of applause, everyone. I request sir to kindly come on the dais to be presented with a memento, a token of gratitude and love from Pharma Ratan. So he's sharing the double pleasure on the stage, and let's be blessed with the double clapping sound for him. Thank you. Now, very humbly may I request Dr. P.L. Sahu to kindly come on the stage and receive the token of love and affection. With a huge round of applause, we have another guest of honor for the day. Dr. P.L. Sahu, please come on the stage to receive his memento. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Thanbin to kindly come on the stage. Mr. Thanbin to kindly come on the stage and receive this appreciation on behalf of Pharma Ratan 2018. Let's give a huge round of applause. I congratulate all the guests of honor on behalf of Pharma Ratan 2018. Now may I request Mr. Lekram Odit to kindly come on the stage to receive his memento. Mr. Lekram Odit to kindly come on the stage to receive the memento.
Can anybody guess how old he is? That's a very super billion question.
So that's a question not to be asked from a woman, so you can keep guessing. Anybody who can make a correct guess? The audience wants to guess his age. 55? Okay, that's the correct answer. Alright. Now may I request Mr. Anil Johri to kindly join us on the stage for this love and appreciation. Sir has left? Okay. May I very humbly request Mr. Ali Hussain to kindly come on the stage to receive the appreciation. A huge round of applause for Mr. Ali Hussain. Congratulations, sir. Coming next on the dais is Mr. Moin Don. Come on the stage, a very well-equipped and efficient moderator we had on stage with a huge round of applause. Congratulations, sir. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Verma to kindly come on the stage and receive the love and appreciation. Mr. Rajiv Verma.
Ambassador of Swachh India.
Alright. With a huge round of applause. Congratulations, sir. May I now request Advocate Shashank Mahapatra to kindly join us on the stage. Advocate Shashank Mahapatra, please come and join us. Mr. B.R. Sikri, kindly come and join us on the stage. I request Mr. K.S. Mehta to kindly join us on the stage to receive the token of love and gratitude. Mr. K.S. Mehta to kindly join us, and ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for sir. Now may I request Mr. Deepak Jain to kindly join us. Mr. Deepak Jain, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for sir. And we congratulate sir for receiving this memento. May I now request Mr. Sunil Dhaya to kindly come and join us on the stage. Mr. Sunil Dhaya, we would love to have you on the stage, please. A huge round of applause for sir. Congratulations, sir. It's a privilege for us to have you here. And congratulations. I request Shashank sir to please come on the stage and receive the love and appreciation on behalf of Pharma Ratna 2018. Shashank sir on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And let me mention, sir has been scribbling down all the important facts, making his notes. So I guess he's all well prepared. A huge round of applause for sir. May I now request Mr. Vinay Mehta to kindly come on the stage and receive this appreciation. Mr. Vinay Mehta to kindly come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping for them. We have Mr. Vinay Mehta on stage. Coming up next, we have Mr. K.R. Chawla. I request sir to kindly come on the stage and receive the memento. Mr. K.R. Chawla, I request you to kindly come on the stage. Congratulations, sir. Very humbly I request Dr. Pradeep Dua to kindly come on the stage. Dr. Pradeep Dua, please come on the stage and receive this memento on behalf of Pharma Ratan. Now may I request Mr. K.C. Chakrapani to kindly come on the stage and receive this token of love and appreciation. Louder, ladies and gentlemen, please. I request Mr. Sandeep Arora to kindly come on the stage and receive this memento on our behalf. Mr. Sandeep Arora, and ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping and motivating people. I request Ms. Poonam to kindly come on the stage and receive this honor. I request Ms. Poonam to kindly come on the stage and receive this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. I request Ms. Poonam.
of pharma industry.
Congratulations, ma'am, and congratulations, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the next segment coming up, which is yet another panel discussion. So I request you to have patience for 1 minute so that we can have the seating arrangement on the stage. With this precious words of wisdom, and after the speech of sir, we can have the panel discussion.
From Guyana, South America. I would just like to say that I am the proprietor of City Pharmaceuticals, whereby I import and distribute pharmaceuticals from India and around the world. We have a retail pharmacy called Rams Pharmacy, which is just a part of my name, Ikram. And the City Pharmaceutical Agency is importation and distribution arm of the business. Also, that is happening on this scene is the next step of going in the medical laboratory line, and thereafter the hospital. Because I started in 1981, and we managed to grow from strength to strength. So after being so long in the pharmaceutical industry, I decided to just take it to the next level. And it's just my dream now to ensure that we finally accomplish these two final areas, which is the medical laboratory and the hospital. I would like to take this opportunity to partner with companies within India to make this a success. In this regard, I've met a number of prominent individuals. I would like to thank Dr. Shabazz Allah first for making this opportunity a grand success. I would like to also say that regarding my business in Guyana and dealing with India and pharmaceuticals and so on, there is this misconception with regards to pharmaceuticals out of India. It's no good. Quality is very poor. My food and drugs department in Guyana, they're very, very harsh. As a matter of fact, they made it very clear they're not going to accept any drug from India. So after careful analysis and so forth, I'm going to speak with Dr. Shabazz, a few other people and so on, to see how best we can have a team come down to Guyana to see how we can fix the problems. Because for Guyana, the market is there, and the larger part of it is in Caribbean. So once we fix the Guyana aspect of it, there's no doubt that we can do huge business. I'm prepared to go the extra mile to ensure that this happens. I'm making a commitment today to ensure that Indian pharmaceuticals is present where I am throughout the Caribbean region. Because if the US, Europe, Canada and so on is purchasing Indian pharmaceuticals, then we are no less. We just need to get our work done and cut out properly. The other area that I would like to touch on is quality and prices. I want to say that go hand in hand. So it's very, very important that each manufacturer here ensure that they stay focused and alert and ensuring that these things are met. In Guyana at the moment here, we're growing from strength to strength. It's a huge country, it's 83,000 square miles, but a very small population for around 700 to 750,000 people. But in the next 5 to 10 years, those figures likely to increase because of the ExxonMobil's presence due to the oil and gas sector. So a lot of things is going to happen in this regard. And once these little areas can be sorted out, there's no doubt that we can achieve the ultimate with regards to doing business on a continuous basis with India. I would like to also take this opportunity to invite businessmen from India down to my country in Guyana, whereby we can meet with the health officials, food and drugs, and the government at large, to see how best we can put all the pieces together to ensure that we can do continuous business. And finally, I'd like to say that it's a privilege to be here to receive this memento and to meet you wonderful people. I would like to close by saying a huge thank you and wish everyone here huge success today, tomorrow, and years ahead. Thank you very much.
And to do the honors, may I request Dr. Shahbaz Alam, President Rabdi Meher, Dr. Anita, Vice President Rabdi Meher, and Mr. Saurabh Singhal to be on the stage. And very humbly, may I request the chief guest of the day, Mr. Dinesh Dua, to kindly come and accept the token of love and gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sign of absolute humbleness, with a huge round of applause, the sign of absolute humbleness that the gentleman who is the chief guest has been honoring to so many people, and let's be very, very selfless by honoring him. Let's clap for him, all of you. It's indeed an honor to have you here. And every word you spoke, sir, I guess it gets diluted in the blood of all the people who are sitting here as the audience. And during the tea, I could overhear people talking about your expertise on the subject. I guess I'm correct. We will take 1 more minute to bring the memento on the stage. It's an honor for the entire clan, every member associated with Pharma Ratan 2018, and this is indeed a moment of appreciation for all of us. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. P.K. Mattu to kindly come on the stage and receive the appreciation on our behalf. Mr. P.K. Mattu to kindly come on the stage and receive an honor from our behalf. With a huge round of applause. It's indeed an honor to have you here, sir, and tons of congratulations. Thank you. I may also request Mr. Richiv Shah to kindly come on the stage and receive this appreciation on our behalf. Mr. Richiv Shah to kindly come on the stage and receive this honor. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So the sir comes from the city of money, that is Gujarat, so. Congratulations, and it's a pleasure to have you here. Now, as I said prior, we are about to start with the panel discussion in a minute. I request the crew members to kindly do the settings on the stage. We all are geared up for the panel discussion to be coming up on the stage. And the theme of this panel discussion is the role of India in global healthcare arena. I repeat, Dr. D.K. Mehta, VP Global, Patanjali Limited, to kindly come on the stage. Coming up next, we have Honorable Richard Shah, Chairman IDMA Gujarat. I request Sir to kindly come on the stage. Sir is another panelist we have here. Followed by Mr. Mukesh Zota, MD Zota Healthcare Limited. Coming up next, we have Mr. Lekram Odit, CEO, City Pharmaceutical. I request Sir to kindly join us as a panelist on the stage. Mr. Lekram Odit, CEO, City Pharmaceutical, to kindly come and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all the panelists. Coming up next, we have Mr. Saurabh Singhal, Director, Africa Consultant Advisory. I request Sir to kindly join us on stage as a panelist. And next we have Mr. KVC Chakrapani, Quality Compliance Professional, to join us on stage. Mr. KVC Chakrapani, Quality Compliance Professional, I request Sir to kindly come and join us as a panelist. And the final panelist we have amongst us is Mr. Thanvin, Central Executive Committee, Myanmar. I request all the distinguished panelists to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. And the moderator, the presenter for this panel discussion, we have Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, Professor Jamia Hamdard. Very humbly, may I request ma'am to take the dais further and enlighten us with a real brainstorming session. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause again, and over to you, Dr. Zeenat Iqbal.
Am I audible? No, I am. I said Assalamu alaikum and a very, very good afternoon. And I take pride. Again, there's a limitation of the time. The job is tough. Standing here among these stalwarts as a moderator, it's a tough call, I would say. But I'm really blessed to be a part of this type of August gathering. Thanks to Shahbazi that you have brought us on this platform. The topic which is there is something which, when I entered the hall, I was having the stalwart Dinesh Saab talking. And the first slide which I saw was, he was giving a very good news to all of us that we have got a big, huge Japanese market on and we will make a difference. And he was giving all the good tidings that 50 billion is not a mark and we'll, by 2020 we'll have maybe 100 billions. So that was my entry point. I was humbled the moment I entered this hall and it really made the difference to this whole environment. And coming from Jamia Hamdard, being an academician, we have always seen you people with very high expectations, because when we create pharmacists, when we teach in the classrooms, we always say, okay, go out and become Moksha Zota. We'll go out and tell them that go and become Ali Hussain, and we'll say, oh, we go back and become Lekram Odit, and many, many more names, which I might not be calling because of the memory and because of just being into it. So the point which is here, when we talk of a role which is being given to us as an India, I don't think that pharma is the only role which we look forward to. India is looked forward to in any type of role. 1.5 billion at this point of time, we make a huge thing. On an average age of 35, we make a huge difference to whatever is happening in and around, and pharma cannot be left out. We have to make a difference there. I'll speak in Urdu couplet, and it says, नजर नजर में उतरना कमाल होता है, नफस नफस में बिखरना कमाल होता है, बुलंदियों पे पहुंचना कमाल नहीं, बुलंदियों पे ठहरना कमाल होता है. So it's a couplet by Ashok ji, and when he must have conceived it, it must be with a lot of hope that if it is pharma, we have reached a level, nobody can deny that fact. And this hall full of pharma players makes it, we are witness to it, that we are doing a huge job. But the title says, role of India in global healthcare arena. It is not an easy role. We have the 17 sustainable goals which are to be taken care of. I think all of us are aware that the UN has got the 17 sustainable goals, and the third goal is good health. And good health and the good well-being, and who else but us or who else but the pharma people have to make a difference to it. Because of the shortage of time, I don't think I'll be able to do justice to these big people sitting on the dais. But having said that, to begin with, let us put it this way, because this is a vision and we have a role which is to be played. So without taking that extra effort of introducing all these big people around, we start from maybe one end to the other. They'll speak on 1 minute each on what their vision about this role is, and then we take up a couple of questions to take it forward. So we begin from this end. Saurabhji, what is your idea about the role which you envision for India to play in this big pharma game plan? So where's the mic? Do we have a mic? Mic. So each one of you, I think that would be a way to just have a little bit of warm-up, that what you visualize India to play a role, and then maybe I'll put a little tough questions on you, that why this role is to be played this way or not.
Yeah, myself is Saurabh Singh. I'm a consultant. My company name is Africa Health Advisors, and we are promoting Indian companies to promote their products in the rest of the world. So we want Indian manufacturers support. We want India to be #1 from 3rd place to 1st place in the pharma industry. And for this, we are trying our best. That's our main objective, that the people from the rest of the world get the products at affordable prices and the best quality from India. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Myself Mokses Zota, and I am the director of Zota Healthcare Limited. As the topic is the role of India in global healthcare, as I don't have that much of experience, but first sir said, Dinesh sir said, as India is a global pharmacy, and we are the largest producer of medicine in the world. So we must have a very good and important role in for the betterment of the world healthcare, and that's what I want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Myself, Ali Hussain Pradhan, MD of Mora Pharmaceuticals Limited, Tanzania. As we are discussing the role of India, what I would say is that India begins from each and individual of us. Seated in front of you, I'll just share in a minute where my company was 10 years ago and where it is today. 10 years ago, I was representing one Indian manufacturer in Tanzania. Today, when I list down the Indian manufacturers I represent, total sum of 21. So this is one way where we can grow, you see, and take this good health, quality medicine at affordable price. As just a few hours ago, we had a good presentation showing that Africa is the second largest market. But just to sum up, if those who are present last year, in a similar form, we discussed the challenges which we face. And I strongly spoke on API manufacturing. And still I'm saying that we lack that. So we have got a very important role to play, especially in API. We also got some information just a while ago regarding Chinese manufacturers. They take our expertise, Indian expertise in compiling the documents and all. It's true. But I've visited a couple of companies and I see that there is a challenge coming up, especially for the Indian manufacturers. China have good facilities, but they lack documentation. But we have the opposite scenario. So it's my humble request to all the manufacturers, existing and the newcomers. We should maintain good standards in facility. And I'm sure if we do that with a mix of good regulatory. One day we'll say that we are on the top.
Thank you so much for
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Virat Shah. I'm Director at Saga Laboratories and the Chairman of IDMA Gujarat. As a nation, India has always focused on accessibility and affordability of drugs. And with that vision, today we stand third in the world. As Dua Sahab very rightly said, we are the pharmacy of the world. We stand the third largest supplier of finished pharmaceutical formulations to the world. And as we look forward, the role that India plays is going to be more and more crucial and critical in supplying world with good quality pharmaceuticals at affordable prices. There are two very important determinants that will decide our future. One would be the compliance, and the other thing would be the cost of production. Primarily because we are more into generics or branded generic market. And if we do our role well in these two areas, in terms of compliance and cost effectiveness, I think the number is going to be going better from 3 to 2 or 1. So this is the future. But also, there is a need for all of us to look at some form of innovation so that we can take this country higher on the value chain. And innovation doesn't mean a new chemical entity or stuff like that, because we all understand it's a very big game. But in very simple terms, if we can do something simpler or more efficient or more cost effective so as to add value to the product, I think that is one of the verticals that is going to help this industry. I wish all the best who are here for this journey. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Mehta. I represent this company, or rather can I call it company or should I call it a movement known as Patanjali. We are short of time and I did not tell you because not only you but every citizen of India is aware about Patanjali and the vision of Baba Ramdev, and also what we have done to the rivers of the world and Colgates of the world in India. So I did not dwell upon that, but just a glimpse of it. In about 10 years' time, from 10 crore rupees of business to 10,000 crore rupees of business. $1.5 billion to $1.5 billion in 10 years' time. My mandate in this organization known as Patanjali is to do what exactly Baba has done in India to Colgate and Liver, to do exactly same thing to Colgate and Liver in their headquarters. And that is what we are looking at. I look after international business of Patanjali. So other than India and Nepal is my domain, and trust me, we are going to give a big impact to this company in their headquarters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say regarding the role that India has to play in global health care is huge success. There's not a way to put this. As I'm the CEO of the City Pharmaceutical Agency, I distribute for a company in Canada called Canadian Pharmaceutical Corporation. What this company does, they do the generic of the brand. For example, the Lipitor, Plavix, and so on, all is being done according to the same size, color, and shape. And although it's called Canadian Pharmaceutical Corporation, all the drugs are manufactured in Canada. The quality is very, very high, and it's being sold right here in Canada. Also, everyone will know that Nova Farm, Apotex, and so forth is also being manufactured right here in India. So there is no way India will always be on top of the game. That we just need to ensure continuity, sustainability regarding quality, continuously, no shortcuts. Thank you.
Danvin. I'm a film policy group of a company from Myanmar. I would like to explain about my background of the, and then how I become as an Indian generic representative. So my family background is we represent big companies like X and then Russell and then AstraZeneca, etc. So on, so forth. Then after that I have graduated. I was trained in several countries, especially for the oncology drugs for that. But after training and then back to Myanmar, so country is a war, and then the people is not affordable, and then we have very hard to promote these drugs also there. Then one of our colleagues, then they recommend us to source in India for it, for this generic drugs for it. Then since then, we have started in about 1985 onwards, so we are registering for this one and then this one. And now there is Indian players, and then 85% of our market share is only Indian products are there. Among them, so that especially for the high-end products as well as also for niche products, are also nowadays people registering and available in Myanmar as well. So Indians generics are most welcome, as well as also for the acceptable in various organizations, various government organizations as well. So, and I myself as a cancer generics, we are present in Myanmar around 100 oncology generics. So same, so that the other niche also, a lot of rules to be there for Indian manufacturers. So please try, and then we are welcome to Myanmar as a generic supplier. Thank you.
I think thank you all on the panel. They have given us a lot of happy tidings that endorsing what Dinesh has been saying in the early morning, that we do have a very, very good future. But as the rumblings of these discussions must have been reaching you, two words have erupted, and it is perseverance has to be there, no shortcut, and quality compromise should not be there. And one of the reasons which we have been thinking of is the non-availability of API, and I call it this way as an academician, it's an arm twisting by China. It says that it is because the pollution is shutting down. I might think that maybe they are shutting down because of us or want to have an economic impact on the world. What could be the reason has just to be thought about. So as an IDMA chairperson, Dr. Shah, my question may be, I'm not sure, maybe the others can pitch in as well, that how do we cope up with this sort of scarcity of the API, and what best can we do to motivate our manufacturers in India to go in for this domain which they are shying away. Maybe they have very big reasons for shying away, but what could be the reasons for their not being into the domain? And if yes, what could be the ways by which we can overcome this shortage of API, which is a big challenge to us?
Overcoming the shortage of API is not a one-day's job. Enabling the growth of Indian API industry is obviously the very simple answer to this, but it doesn't happen so easily. So far as I am aware, both the industry and government are already working together. One, we are trying to develop API manufacturing facilities in countries like Uzbekistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar. We have identified pharma parks as a government and as an industry. We have identified certain pharma parks in these countries in order to establish facilities that could be alternative to China to supply APIs to India, number one. Number two, we have been working together with the government to understand what are the blockholes or what are the blockades for the API industry to grow. And I think Mr. Dua can throw some light more on it, but one of the major issues that have come up during our interaction is the environmental laws and the procedures. Rather than the laws, the procedures. For example, if the API industry has to expand its capacity or add new molecules, it's a very long path. And sometimes, you lose the opportunity because you are not able to expand. In that, we are trying to speak to the pollution control board. For example, I'll cite an example in Gujarat. Till now, the API, the GPCB used to give approvals for the specific drugs for the API manufacturer. Recently, we have made a request to them based on their experience with the dyestuff industry, where in dyestuff industry they used to give approval for synthetic dyes, which means you can have a host of dyes to manufacture so long as you maintain the effluent limits. On those grounds, we have requested the GPCB to give approvals as synthetic drugs, which makes the horizon much larger for the API companies to change their product portfolio or expand. So there's a lot of things that are already being done, and this is a long path, but very surely efforts are being made.
Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to pitch in on this point? I have a pointed question to Dr. Mehta, and I totally agree. I think everybody in this hall would agree that Patanjali is like more of a revolution. It is. And could you share some of your secrets that what Patanjali does to reach this? Some of, I think all of us are knowing what Patanjali is being now known for. He has given us the figures, which are very, very like sort of happy tidings for the pharma industry.
This question is most appropriate to Baba Ram.
I think carrying his mandate forward, I'm sure you must be privy to the secrets. So,
yes,
a little bit.
To some extent, yes.
Little bit.
I report to Babaji, and I work very closely with him, so I have some idea about his vision and how he operates. I think his basic premise on which he operates. Am I audible?
No. No.
Let's switch it on. Other mic. Take the other mic.
Sorry, now?
No.
Is it better? Oh, wow.
This
must be multinational.
Yeah, you got it.
Is it okay?
There are many things I can sum up into a minute or two, but generally I observe that my boss has a very, very strong conviction about Indian values, Indian ethos, our Sanskriti, our language, our culture. And knowingly or unknowingly, and when we look at the society and the way of industry of society has evolved, knowingly or unknowingly we adapt Western culture very blindfoldedly. Starting from the dress what I'm wearing to the equipment what we use or diet. Say for example, our breakfast has changed to cornflakes, or our cooking oil has changed to olive oil, or instead of that Kashmiri apple, we have now Washington apple. Yeah, very blindfoldedly. But when I meet Baba and I learn his conviction about the very Indian thing, he is not ready to believe or not ready to allow that the Western influence to superpower his thought, his behavior, his values. So instead of blindfoldedly following the Western things, the very thing which our society has been using since last several thousand years, we say our society is, our culture, our civilization is 5,000 years old, right? And why we suddenly doubt about our own our values and sanskars and the systems and the clothing and the diet, right? Instead of having trust, validating those things if there are no enough validations, and convincing people about that very thing known as Swadeshi. I think that is the secret. Thank you.
And I think again, to quote from the presentation earlier, that having this Jan Aushadhi and the Ayushman Bharat thing is going to be really game changers for us. I think all of us agree on that as well. So Aliul Hassan, precisely, I quote from what he said. He said, China has good facility but poor documentation. And I quote Rekh Ramji here, he was little having reservations about the quality. So from the Indian perspective, I think we have two stalwarts sitting here from the Indian side, or the three of them. So what is the commentary on this question which they have raised, although very, not very robustly, but that seeped in the conversation? that the questionable quality is there, so how do we overcome that, and how do we rest their doubts aside, and they will only choose India whenever there is a choice. So maybe Saurabh, you can, anybody from the panel would like to respond to this?
Maybe somebody can respond, but I would just like to correct you a little. It's not about questionable quality. If it was questionable, we would not be present in 200 markets across the globe.
I take my word questionable back. Maybe like.
So,
but they had slight reservations, and I think that is one caveat which is coming in the way of our big role which we are going to play.
No. Let me comment on that.
Okay, please.
Let me clear this. Witness to what's been happening in China. Right? The comment that you made was about big behemoths, right? You go to the average MSME unit in China, you won't like to read it. I stand by it, right? They're pathetic facilities. But the big boys of the industry is fantastic. The infrastructure is at least 50 years ahead of us. No ways about that. I'm talking about the big boys, CSPC, NCPC, and God knows how many, right? So what happens here is, you've heard of two startups where there is toxicity recently? Heard of it? Yes. There's one startup and there's another startup, right? Now that's criminal, number one. Number two, second, in the past, there was a plasma expander which killed a lot of Americans. Don't forget that. Then the milk, skim milk, it's banned in the US. So you have problems in China. Don't forget that, right? Point number one. Point number two, very important point. We export $6 billion to all the regulated markets, including semi-regulated Africa, etc. Now, if you look at China, visiting us in those high-end markets, China doesn't stand anywhere. But they are, see, when this supply you at 20, 30, 40% lower price in semi-regulated and lesser regulated markets, we lose out. So we withdraw. We're not into business for charity. We're into business to make some money for stakeholders, right? And if that money is not there, that's the whole story of API industry. We can make the best API in the world, I promise you that. Absolutely. The innovators buy APIs from us, not from China.
Absolutely.
That's
totally. Yes. Thank you so much for clearing there. And I think the message is very clear. We do have the highest of the qualities, and we keep our word on that for sure.
And I will share one more experience with you. Recently, 3 companies from China who are making SKPs are banned in Uganda. And he has rejected these factories. They are from China because of quality issues. There was some foreign particle they found, and they restricted this.
Anyway, good for the clarity. See, let me share one more thing. These big boys we are talking about, maybe fortunately or unfortunately, I'm representing them. Okay? And I've been in India here for the past 10 days. I have gone through facilities, you see, and the feeling which I have is what I'm trying to show, that if that continues, this is what we are saying to be number one. Absolutely. I was just in one facility just last evening. Things what I have seen, you see, and just sitting with them and explaining them that this is not the way, you see. Because tomorrow, as you know, all Africa is going to be a regulated market.
Absolutely.
Coming from a place, Tanzania, you see, when I talk to my manufacturers, you see, and the good thing is that one of them is seated here, you see, who has come to Tanzania, has been audited by Tanzania, knows how challenged that country is. So we have a major role to play, you see, but we have to be very careful in our investments, you see. Before, maybe 20 years ago, Africa was just like maybe a dumping market. But that is not going to be in the next 5 years. So, my piece of advice to the current manufacturers, having the existing plants, try to maintain. You see, and I'm sure that having that maintenance, you see, is very important, and that is where the future is. As one of our honorable guests just said, that no Indian drug is allowed. You see, that feels very bad. You see, me, I may be a Tanzanian, but my origin is here. You see, the first priority, if I'm given to work with an Indian manufacturer, why not?
Absolutely,
But
I think
we are like ambassadors in those countries where we should be proud. You see, I should be proud eating a product of my country.
Thank you so much. And one caveat, I think again it's an academician's point of view, not maybe business, lucrative business I might talk of. There's something which is like, I always feel about it, that there is a category of these orphan drugs and the drugs which are actually making sense to the third world. Why we lack attention on that, or we are having some plans about it which you might like to share from this platform? Because this is one area which, as a layman or as an academician, I would say it touches us. So I always think I don't want to rub anybody on the wrong side, because it's at the end of the day it's economy and business, but it's a very humble submission that if we take up this area of orphan drugs as well, it might not be a lucrative business, but it would again go in for the service of the mankind, which precisely is our job. So any plans in future or any policies which you can sort of share as of now? If not, we can come again next year and have a discussion on this.
No. India is getting into orphan drugs, but in a very select manner. You know, what's happening is in the US, there's a very expedited approval of orphan drugs. You can see against 2 years, 3 years, you can get your approval in 6 months on orphan drugs. So a lot of niche Indian companies, not very big, but small companies, have started supplying orphan drugs in the US. But you need volumes for that. You see, orphan drug volumes are very small.
Absolutely.
So economies of scale don't work in that. But somewhere along the line, it will happen.
Thank you so much I really appreciate that piece of news to us. So thank you so much, all the revered panelists here. There are a lot of things which can be asked and discussed, but one thing is a point to ponder, that we are there, we will be there inshallah, and in the coming years with the leadership which we have in this arena and beyond, it will really make, from 3 we should be 1, and from 11th we should be 1 even. Think big, and this is what it is. Thank you so much for being a part of this lovely presentation.
This amazing viewpoints you all have. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly proceed for the lunch, and we all meet exactly half an hour later. I request all my dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lunch, and we reassemble exactly after half an hour. Thank you all.
Wow! बाबूजी बहुत गलत हो रहा है। क्या लो देखो 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 देखो।
क्या देखे? जिन्हें देखना सिखाया था आज वही आंखें दिखा रहे हैं। अब कुछ तो बोलो।
बोलो 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 बोलो।
क्या बोले? जिन्हें क से कबूतर बोलने सिखाया आज वही बोलते हैं क से। बोलो सुन लो
सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो सुन लो।
अबे यार इन बुड्ढों को गाड़ी कौन दे देता है? जहां देखो जहां भी जाम लगा देते हैं।
ओए चौरसिया, कल तूने मेरी 4 बॉलों पे 4 छक्के मारे थे ना? आज तू गिल्ली गाड़, तेरा भाई तेरी 6 बॉलों पे 6 छक्के मारेगा। गाड़ क्यों? क्या हुआ?
सपने देख रहा है क्या? क्यों? तुझे पता नहीं मैं शोएब अख्तर से भी तेज बॉल फेंकता हूं।
चला जा
चल जा। लेकिन यार खेलेंगे कहां? जब देखो तब ये बुढ़े पार्क में पंचायत लगा कर बैठ जाते हैं, हमें खेलने में नहीं देते। अरे यार, अरे
थोड़ी जगह बनाओ। वो देखो पुरानी इमारत आ रही है। पुरातत्व विभाग।
चलो बेटा सीट दो।
अंकल जी देख नहीं रहे, इतने सारे बैग पड़े हैं, कहीं और जाके बैठो।
बेटा ऊपर दिख नहीं रहा तुम्हें क्या लिखा है? सीनियर सिटीजन।
तो ऊपर लिखा ना तो ऊपर ही जाके बैठ जाओ।
शादरा वेलकम शादरा वेलकम शादरा।
बेटा मेरा सामान गिर गया है, जरा बस रोकना।
अरे ओ माता जी, जब बस पे चढ़ना नहीं आता तो घर से निकली क्यों? पता नहीं कहां से आ जाते हैं।
बेटा बेटा मुझे थोड़ा अस्पताल छोड़ दे।
राजी आज मेरे ऑफिस में मीटिंग है, मैं आपको नहीं ले जा सकता। एक काम करिए, आप खुद चले जाइए।
बेटा
बोलिए बाबा जी।
कुछ पैसे दे दे बेटा।
क्या 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 कहा आपने? पैसे दे दूं? अभी 1 महीने पहले तो आपको 50 रुपए दिए थे ना। अब करते क्या है पैसों का? क्या लगता है आपको पैसे पेट भर रखते हैं? और वैसे भी घर पर बैठकर मुफ्त की रोटियां ही तो तोड़ते हैं आप।
दादाजी आप पूरी पूरी रात खराटे मारते हो। आज से करना आप बाहर जाके सोना, ना खुद सोते ना हमें सोने देते हो।
मम्मी मेरे एग्जाम शुरू होने वाले हैं, मुझे एक सेपरेट रूम चाहिए।
अच्छा सुनो जी, अब हमारा बेटा बड़ा हो गया है, उसे सेपरेट रूम चाहिए। अपनी माँ से कहो कि कमरा खाली कर दे।
तो माँ कहाँ सोएगी?
सर्वेंट क्वार्टर में सो लेंगी।
और सर्वेंट कहाँ सोएगा?
अरे उसे कितनी जगह चाहिए, वही सो जाएगा।
दद्दू मुझे रिमोट दो, मुझे एमटी पे रोडीज देखना है।
बेटा मैं न्यूज देख रहा हूँ। बेटा तुझे पता अभी न्यूज में दिखा रहे थे, पड़ोस में शर्मा जी है ना, उनके मकान में कल रात को चोर घुसा है, बूढ़ा बूढ़ी को मार दिया और सारा सामान उड़ के चले गए।
अरे दद्दू आपको न्यूज ही तो देखनी है ना, सुबह न्यूज़पेपर आएगा, पढ़ लेना न्यूज उसमें। अब रिमोट दो मुझे।
सुनो जी, कहाँ गए?
क्या हुआ?
सुनो, कल घर में पार्टी है, अभी सारी सहेलियां आ रही हैं। अपनी माँ को बोलना ऊपर रहे, खाना ऊपर ही भिजवा दूंगी, नीचे ना आए।
पर क्यों?
तुम्हारी माँ बहुत डाउन मार्केट है, समझी? मेरी सारी सहेलियों को अपनी बेकार सी कहानी सुना सुना के बोर कर देती है।
अच्छा ठीक है जानू, कह दूंगा। पापा।
हाँ बेटा बोलो।
मैं क्या सोच रहा था, ये जो अपना मकान है इसको तोड़वा कर 4 मंजिला इमारत बनवाते हैं। वैसे भी हमारी फैमिली बढ़ रही है और ये घर बहुत छोटा है।
और बेटा इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पापा पैसे की क्या जरूरत, बिल्डर को मकान बनवाएंगे, बिल्डर से 1 बिल्डिंग उसको दे देंगे, बाकी की 3 बिल्डिंग हम तीनों भाई आपस में बांट लेंगे।
और बेटा मैं कहाँ रहूंगा?
आप पापा आपको रहने के लिए क्या चाहिए? आप पार्किंग में डाल लेना अपनी कार, ठीक है? और पापा जो आपके फंड के पैसे है ना, वो भी हम तीनों भाइयों में आपस में बांट दीजिए। उसे छाती पर रख के ले जाएंगे क्या? अच्छा सिकंदर महान का नाम सुना है आपने?
कौन?
वही
राजा था।
हाँ हाँ वही जो राजा था। पता है जब वो दुनिया से गया तो कैसे गया?
कैसे?
पापा ये रोटी क्यों छोड़ दिया आपने?
बेटा इसमें तेल बहुत है, तू एक काम कर बेटा, मेरे को थोड़ा सा दूध दे दे, मैं उसमें रोटी चुन कर खा लूंगा।
क्या कहा आपने? पीने का शौक है तो जाओ अपने बेटे से कह दो कि 4 भैंसे पाल ले, दूध पीते रहना वहीं पर, इसमें फालतू भी रहना। सैकड़ों कहानियां हैं बुढ़ापे के बदकिस्मत हालात की, कड़वी पर सच्ची। जिन्होंने पाला, पोसा, तन दिया, मन दिया, धन भी दिया, वही बेगाने क्यों हो जाते हैं? जब सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत होती है तभी रोता क्यों छोड़ देते हैं?
जिसे बनाया मेरे पिता के श्रम जल ले, जिसे बनाया मेरे पिता के श्रम जल ले। ला 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 ला। दादी की हंसली ने माँ की पायल ले, दादी की हंसली ने माँ की पायल ले। ला 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 ला। उस कच्चे घर की बुरी दीवारों पर, उस कच्चे घर की बुरी दीवारों पर। ला 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 ला। मेरी आई तरंगे से टकराई है। ला 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 ला। ला 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 ला। ला 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 ला। ला 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 ला। ला 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 ला। ला 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 ला।
हाँ चलते हैं आज कल। ये देखियो कूड़ेदान में क्या है? अरे कोई जानवर होगा? नहीं नहीं, कोई औरत लग रही है, कोई बूढ़ी औरत है। उम्र क्या होगी यार? यही कोई 80-85 साल की होगी। मेरी बात सुन, घर चलते हैं, कोई पुलिस टक्कर पड़ जाएगा। अरे नहीं नहीं, इसको ऐसे नहीं छोड़ सकते, इसकी मदद करनी होगी। आजा। जब इसके घर वाले इसे यहाँ फेंक कर चले गए, हमें क्या पड़ी है यार? लेकिन इसको ऐसे नहीं छोड़ सकते। आजा, कुछ नहीं होगा। तुझे इसकी मदद करनी है तो कर, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ। तू जा। माता जी अपना हाथ दीजिए। माता जी कोशिश कीजिए। माता जी ऊपर। माता जी अपना हाथ दीजिए। माता जी अपना हाथ दीजिए। माता जी अपना हाथ दीजिए। ये एक सच्चा किस्सा है जो दिल्ली में हुआ कुछ ही साल पहले, जहां पर एक औरत को उसके ही घर वाले कूड़ेदान में फेंक कर चले गए। कोई ऐसा सोच भी कैसे सकता है अपनी ही मां को कूड़ेदान में फेंक कर चले जाना? ऐसी हैवानियत, ऐसी दरिंदगी।
ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो रह गया तू अकेला। ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो रह गया तू अकेला। तूने जिसको पाला उसने ही घर से निकाला, जिसको अपने खून से सींचा उसने कॉलर खींचा। छाती से जिसको लगाया उसने ही हाथ उठाया। कहते थे जिसको बेटा आज मुंह फेर लेता। ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो रह गया तू अकेला। झुकती कमर और झड़ते बाल, गिरते दांत और कांपती चाल। झुकती कमर और झड़ते बाल, गिरते दांत और कांपती चाल। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो जब आई दुख की बेला। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो जब आई दुख की बेला। ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला। रह गया तू अकेला, देखो रह गया तू अकेला।
बेटा। हाँ पापा। बेटा एक कंबल बहुत फटा हुआ है बेटा, कोई नया लाके दे दे बेटा, इसमें सर्दी भी नहीं जाती बेटा।
अच्छा ठीक है रामू।
हाँ मालिक।
पापा को अपना कंबल दे दो।
अच्छा लीजिए बेटा, एक कंबल तो और भी फटा हुआ है बेटा।
अब क्या आपको कश्मीर से पश्मीना शॉल ला कर दूं? इसे रखना है तो रखिए, नहीं तो इसे भी वापस कर दीजिए।
देखो ये दुनिया का मेला।
बेटा ये क्या कर रहे हो?
पापा मैं कंबल काट रहा हूँ।
क्यों?
पापा आप भी तो दादाजी को फटा हुआ कंबल देते हैं ना, मैं ऐसा ही कंबल आपके लिए तैयार कर रहा हूँ ताकि आपको दे सकूं आपके बुढ़ापे में।
ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला।
अगर मुझसे प्यार करते हो तो जाओ अपनी माँ का दिल लेकर आओ।
तुम्हारा दिल चाहिए।
जा
ले जा। ये देखो, मैं तुम्हारे लिए अपनी माँ का दिल ले आया।
जो अपनी माँ का नहीं हो सका वो मेरा क्या होगा?
रोते रोते वो वहां से चल पड़ा। रास्ते में ठोकर लगी तो गिर गया और उसकी माँ के दिल से आवाज आई, माँ का बोला वो दिल मेरे बेटे संभल, कहीं तुझको लगी कोई चोट तो नहीं, कहीं तुझको लगी कोई चोट तो नहीं, कहीं तुझको लगी कोई चोट तो नहीं।
बेटा इधर आ बेटा, तू पूछ रहा था ना?
पापा।
हाँ
वो क्या है?
वो दीवार।
क्या पापा?
दीवार बेटा, दीवार।
अच्छा दीवार।
हाँ
पापा वो क्या है?
वो कुर्सी।
क्या पापा?
मेरे लाल कुर्सी। कुर्सी।
कुर्सी कुर्सी।
हाँ
अच्छा पापा, मुझे ना आपके साथ खेलना है, आप घोड़ा बनो ना।
ठीक है बेटा, आजा बेटा।
ठीक है।
बेटा जरा दरवाजे पर देखना कौन है।
पापा आप देख नहीं रहे कितनी जरूरी मेज चेक कर रहे हो, खुद जाके देख लो।
बेटा मुझे बहुत खांसी आ रही है, जरा फ्रिज पर से मेरी दवाई उठा दे।
पापा फ्रिज आपके बाजू में तो रखा है, ले लो खुद जाकर।
बेटा आज बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है, कहीं जा रहा है क्या?
आपका हर बात पर रोकना टोकना जरूरी है क्या? कहाँ जा रहा है, किससे मिल रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, हर बात में टोकते रहते हो। अपने काम से काम नहीं रख सकते क्या आप?
बेटा जब तू छोटा था ना तो मुझसे 50 सवाल पूछता था और मैं तेरे हर सवाल का जवाब 50 बार दिया करता था। आज जब तू बड़ा हो गया है तो तुझे मेरी बातें चुभती है, परेशान करती है।
ये दुनिया का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला।
हेलो माँ, कैसी है तू?
हाँ बेटा मैं ठीक हूँ, तू कैसा है?
माँ मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ। अच्छा मैं ये बताने के लिए कॉल किया था कि मैं अगले हफ्ते इंडिया आ रहा हूँ।
तू इंडिया आ रहा है?
हाँ माँ।
मेरी पोती को लेकर आएगा? मेरी बहू कैसी है?
नहीं माँ, बहू ठीक है और पोती का स्कूल है, वो आ नहीं पाएगी, मैं आ रहा हूँ तुझे लेने के लिए।
सुन, डॉक्टर ने बोला है कि मेरे घुटनों का ऑपरेशन कराना पड़ेगा।
माँ चिंता मत कर, यही अमेरिका में तेरा अच्छे से इलाज करवाऊंगा मैं। बस तू अपना, हाँ मैं आ रहा हूँ, बस अपना सामान बांध के रखिएगा।
मेरा बेटा आ रहा है अमेरिका से। मेरी पोती जब देखा तो बहुत छोटी सी थी, अब तो बहुत बड़ी हो गई होगी।
माँ नमस्ते।
तू कैसे है?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ माँ। तूने अभी तक अपना सामान नहीं बांधा। अच्छा छोड़, ये रोहित जी है, इन्हें हमारा घर बहुत पसंद आया है, ये इसे खरीदने के लिए तैयार है।
मैं कहाँ रहूंगी?
माँ तू मेरे साथ अमेरिका चल रही है ना, वहाँ तेरे पोता पोती है, तेरी बहू है, तेरी अच्छे से सेवा करेंगे वहां पर।
हाँ।
आप अपना सामान बांध लीजिए, फिर हम चलते हैं। माँ ये क्या कर रही है?
तेरे लिए आलू के पराठे बांध रही
माँ आप प्लेन में तेरे आलू के पराठे कौन खाएगा? आप प्लेन में सामान मिलता है खाने को, आइए आप, बस आ जाइए जल्दी से।
ये दुनिया
का मेला देखो, ये दुनिया का मेला।
अच्छा माँ एक काम करो, आप ना यहाँ बैठ जाओ, मैं बोर्डिंग पास लेकर आता हूँ।
ठीक है।
और ये सारा सामान भी ना मुझे दे दीजिए, कोई चोर आपसे ले गया तो।
हाँ तू ठीक कहते हैं।
लाइए।
अच्छा ध्यान से जाना करण।
हाँ माँ चिंता मत करना, मैं अभी आता हूँ।
जी आ रहा हूँ, बस आप पेमेंट आपकी हो जाएगी, आप चिंता मत कीजिए, मैं आ जाऊंगा।
सुन बेटा, तूने मेरे बेटे को देखा? अभी 4 घंटे हो
आप
गए।
किसी और से पूछ लीजिए, मुझे नहीं पता, आपसे नहीं क्या।
मेरे बेटे को देखा? सुन बेटा, तूने मेरे बेटे को देखा? सुन अभी अंदर गया था एयरपोर्ट में।
एक मिनट, आपको दिखता नहीं मैं किसी से बात कर रहा हूँ, जा यहाँ से।
सुन बेटा, तूने मेरे बेटे को देखा? 6 घंटे हो गए, एयरपोर्ट में गया था, अभी तक लौटा नहीं है।
आपने टिकट काउंटर में पता किया? आप एक बार टिकट काउंटर में पता कर लीजिए, शायद वहां मिल जाए।
वो बता देंगे?
जी बिल्कुल।
सुन बेटा, तूने मेरे बेटे को देखा? वो एयरपोर्ट में गया था। 7 घंटे हो गए अभी तक नहीं आया।
माँ जी आपको जाना कहाँ है?
अमेरिका।
माता जी अमेरिका की फ्लाइट को गए हुए 8 घंटे हो गए हैं।
हरा समंदर गोभी चंदर बोल मेरी मछली कितना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी हरा समंदर गोभी चंदर बोल मेरी मछली कितना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी हरा समंदर गोभी चंदर बोल मेरी मछली कितना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी हरा समंदर गोभी चंदर बोल मेरी मछली कितना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी इतना पानी।
वो अपनी जिंदगी भर की कमाई।
पापा मैंने बहुत बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ी
अच्छा ये बता बहू और
आपके
पोते पोती कैसे हैं?
बढ़िया पापा, टेंशन मत लो।
सब ठीक है?
पापा
तू
हाँ
ठीक
बहुत
तो है?
बढ़िया पापा।
खाना खा रहे हैं ना ठीक से?
पापा सुन तो लो मेरी बात। पापा मैं बहुत
जहाँ
काम कर रहा हूँ
यहाँ
पापा।
पे
पापा
मैं तेरे
बहुत
बिना
काम
बहुत
कर रहा
तरसता हूँ
हूँ।
यहाँ
बहुत
पे।
बड़े बड़े फ्लैट खरीदे
पड़ोस
पापा।
वाले शर्मा जी
5
थे ना,
फ्लैट खरीदे
वो
पापा।
गुजर गए।
पापा नई गाड़ी भी खरीदे
माँ के
पापा।
जाने के बाद
पापा
ये
बहुत
काम
अच्छे
काम
चला रहे हैं।
खाने
अरे
को
टेंशन मत लो पापा। 6
शर्मा
साल
जी
के बाद
किसी
हम
का
लोग
बहुत नहीं
हाँ हाँ
था,
पापा
बेटा
टेंशन
बेटा
मत लो।
नहीं था।
पहले 6
लोग
साल
कहते
के
मेरा
बाद
बेटा यहाँ होगा।
आप परेशान मत होना।
बेटा
पापा
बेटा
आपको
बेटा
पता है
बेटा
मैं
बेटा
नई नई गैलेक्सी एक्सप्लोर कर रहा हूँ पापा।
बेटा तू नई नई गैलेक्सी एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है। रस्तों की गर्मी को कब एक्सप्लोर करेगा तू? जिन्होंने पैदा किया, पाला पोसा, खुद सोई गीले में हमें सुलाया गोदी में, किलकारी सुन हमारी चहकते वो उंगली पकड़ चलना सिखाया, खुद धूप में खड़े रहे और हमें खड़ा किया छांव में। आज हम बड़े हो गए और वो बोझ, हम दौड़ने लगे वो हाँफने लगे, थकने लगे खांसने लगे। उनकी खांसी अब हमें चुभती है, बोले तो गुस्सा आ जाता है, टोकना बकवास लगता है, कोई सलाह दे तो हम सुनने को तैयार नहीं। घर के किसी कोने में कभी पानी तो कभी दवा के लिए तरसते। घर के बुजुर्ग एक बरगद के दरख्त की छाया की तरह होते। उनका होना, उनके किस्से कहानियां, उनका तजुर्बा धरोहर है। जिस बरगद के पेड़ के नीचे हमारे होने का एहसास है, हमारे वजूद के मायने। क्यों किसी अंधेरे कमरों में, ओल्ड एज होम्स में, छत पर, चारपाई पर, घर के किसी कोने में बुढ़ापा दम तोड़ देता है। जिन्होंने हमें जिंदगी दी, वो प्यार के 2 लफ्जों के लिए क्यों तरस जाते हैं?
लुका छुपी बहुत हुई, सामने आ जाना, कहाँ कहाँ ढूंढा तुझे, थक गई है अब तेरी माँ, आजा सांझ हुई, मुझे तेरी फिक्र धुंधला गई, देख मेरी नजर आ जाना, आजा सांझ हुई, मुझे तेरी फिक्र धुंधला गई, देख मेरी नजर
और इसका निर्देशन डायरेक्शन किया है श्री अरविंद गौड़ सर ने। आप कोई भी अपने व्यूज, कोई भी बात जो आप शेयर करना चाहते हो, क्योंकि हमने एक नाटक दिखा दिया है, बट उसके आगे की बातचीत तो यहीं से शुरू होती है। कोई भी कुछ भी कहना चाहे।
I think ये प्ले आपका बहुत ही अच्छा प्ले है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपको बहुत बहुत कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स कि आपने इतना अच्छा कंटेम्प्रेरी इशू एक प्ले के रूप में प्रस्तुत किया तो बिल्कुल दिल को छू गया। ये बिल्कुल सत्य है, इसमें कुछ भी असत्य नहीं है। और जिस तरह से आज हमारी जनरेशन जा रही है, मैकेनिकल हो रही है और फॉरेन कंट्रीज में जा रही है और PPOs में जा रही है, KPOs में जा रही है, तो ह्यूमन वैल्यू सिस्टम बिल्कुल जीरो हो चुका है। आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट वी आर ए जॉइंट फैमिली। जब भी मैं किसी को बोलता हूँ सारे वर्ल्ड में, मैं 80 देशों में जा चुका हूँ, जब उसे बताते हैं कि आप एक कंबाइंड फैमिली में रहते हैं तो उनको बहुत आश्चर्य होता है, ये क्या बोल रहा है। तो अभी भी मेरे हिसाब से जागृति लाने की जरूरत है और ये जागृति आप जैसे बच्चे सोसाइटी में देते हैं। बहुत बहुत
It was absolutely touching. I couldn't stop my tears. Though I come from a combined family with my 3 sons living with me, but we have been visiting old age, and I know the plight of the poor parents who have been dumped over there. So this is something fantastic what you people are doing for a cause. I think you should continue this, especially in the college campuses, where this message has to go in the youngsters. And if you people are working for this cause, my compliments to you. May God bless you. Definitely.
Dear audience, let me tell you, these people selflessly, without any monetary benefit, they do minimum 50 times these performances they do in different parts of Delhi and NCR, and without anything in their mind just to spread awareness. So a huge round of applause for us. Currently, ma'am, may we have you here just for 1 minute. We have Arvind Gaur sir, who's the creation and the vision behind this group, and we have his daughter here. Today, this lady, her movie has won an acclaim in the International Film Festival Goa, so she's here. We will honor her. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, audience. Thank you, Shabaz sir. This was not a part of the script. Anita ma'am for giving a platform here. We are indebted, all of us. I hope Smita Theatre, yes, you can all clap for yourself and thank you. People, you can wait. We are about to start with the award ceremony here, and we would like to honor ma'am also. So I request all of you to kindly be there backstage, behind. We are about to start with the prize distribution ceremony. And thank you all for the board of ceremony. And to continue the honors, may I now request our very honorable chief guest, sir, Mr. Dinesh Dua, to kindly proceed on the stage, along with the president of Rugby Meher, Dr. Shahbaz Alam, and with his better half, the vice president of Rugby Meher, Dr. Anita. I request all 3 of you to kindly come on the stage. Very humbly, may I request Honorable DC Jain sir, promoter Ekums, to kindly come on the stage. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most awaited moment of the day. And I request your audience to keep the round of applause in continuation. Honorable DC Jain sir, promoter Ekums is here, receiving his honor. A huge round of applause. Now may I request Honorable Moin Dawn, CEO, my sir, to kindly come on the stage. Audience, just keep them nominated. Congratulations, sir. Now may I request Honorable B.S. Acharya Ji, Joint Director, FSSAI, to kindly come on the stage and collect the award. I request Honorable Anil Mehta, sir, Joint Director, FSSAI, to kindly come on the stage and collect his award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's gear up. I request Mr. Sandeep Bhargav, Organizing Member, Rabbi Meher, to kindly come on the dais. I request Mr. Sandeep Bhargav, Organizing Member, Rabbi Meher, to kindly come on the stage and collect his honor. And followed by Haider Ali Syed, who is the CEO of Herald Labs Limited, to kindly come near to the stage. With a huge round of applause, we have Mr. Sandeep Bhargav on stage, and the gentleman in the blue attire, Mr. Haider Ali Syed, who is the CEO of Herald Labs Limited, is on the stage amongst us, and he's right now about to receive his award. I now request Kamlesh Zota Ji, Director of Zota Healthcare Limited, to kindly come here to the stage and receive the award. I request Mr. Kamlesh Zota Ji, Director of Zota Healthcare Limited, to kindly come and receive the award. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Very humbly, may I now request Ms. Pinky Pasbola. She is the Director of Nritya Shala, Delhi, the lady whose performance, whose creativity you saw in the classical dance. Pinky ma'am, can you please come? A huge round of applause for the young girl. She's a wonderful choreographer. Louder, everyone. Now the next two honors. Congratulations, Pinky ma'am. Now the next two honors, with deep happiness and ecstasy, I would like to present to Asmita Theatre Group Director Sir Mr. Arvind Gaur. Since he's not here, I request Saveri ma'am kindly come on the stage and receive the honor on behalf of Sir Arvind Gaur and Mr. Rahul Khanna. Arvind Gaur sir and Rahul Khanna, they belong to Asmita Theatre Group, the director. I request everybody to give a huge round of applause. And a special mention of Saveri ma'am. Ma'am has been attending a beautiful role. It was premiered in the International Film Festival of New York, and the lady is very humble and down to earth but highly creative and intellectual. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations to you also. I request Mr. Devendra Gaur to kindly come here to collect the award on behalf of Rahul Khanna sir. Mr. Devendra, louder everyone. Rahul Khanna sir, please. Again, sir, belongs to a speaker theatre group. Thank you for being here, everyone. Her accolades. A huge round of applause. Ms. Poonam Gupta coming on the stage to receive her award, and in the meantime I request Dr. Neha Raheja to come here on the stage, please. Ms. Poonam Gupta walking on the stage, receiving her accolade. A huge round of applause. May I now request Dr. Neha Raheja to kindly come on the dais and receive her token of appreciation and the trophy that goes for her efforts and dedication. Congratulations, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot stop clapping. So after behind the success of every woman, we have a man too. So a huge round of applause for him. Congratulations to both of you. to kindly come on the stage and receive an award. A huge round of applause for Dr. Ratan. He has been the moderator for the panel discussion as well. Congratulations, sir. May I now request Mr. Amir Sheikh to kindly come and collect the honor. Mr. Amir Sheikh, kindly come on the stage to collect the honor. A huge round of applause. He has been a very good crew member. I also request Mr. Harshit Gupta to come near the stage. Amir Sheikh sir is waiting for his award, so we have his award coming up. I also request Mr. Harshit Gupta to kindly come near the stage. Mr. Harshit Gupta to come near the stage, followed by Mr. Ankit Patel. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Harshit Gupta, kindly come on the stage and collect your award. And I request Mr. Ankit Patel to come near the stage. Congratulations. Come on, let's cheer them up. I request Mr. Ankit Patel to come on the stage and collect the honor. And I request Mr. Deepak Singh to kindly come near the stage now as he's the next recipient of the award. Mr. Deepak Singh. Mr. Deepak Singh. A huge round of applause, please, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will hold on the guests for a while. In the meantime, we are arranging the awards. I request you to please be there for a minute. Next category award. I request Mr. Ali Hussain to kindly join the dignitaries on the stage for the next level award, which is Pharma Ratan award we are presenting. I request Sir to kindly come on the stage. I also request Mr. Varshit Shah to kindly join us on the stage, and the other esteemed dignitaries will be presenting the award. Mr. Varshit Shah, kindly come on the stage. Sir is here. So please join us. Thank you. The first recipient of the Pharma Ratna Award is Dr. Goyal Medical Private Limited, who's been the lead exporter. I request Sir to kindly come on the stage and receive your order. Dr. Goyal Medical Private Limited. I request Sir, come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the miser. Sir has been awarded in the category of the Pharma Ratan. And congratulations to you, sir. I request the next recipient, Concerned Pharma Private Limited, to come near the stage, who has been honored with the Exporter of the Year award. Concerned Pharma Private Limited, kindly come near the stage and receive your award in the category of the Exporter of the Year award. Okay, we have ma'am to receive this award. A huge round of applause. They have been honored with the category of the Exporter of the Year award. I also request Octa Life Sciences people to kindly come near the stage to receive the honor. Octa Life Sciences, who have been honored with the Manufacturer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, please, we do not enjoy when there is no motivation. Let's clap, all of us. Dr. Life Sciences, who's been honored with the Manufacturer of the Year Award. And coming up next, we have Mascot Health Series. I request the lady or the gentleman to come here to the stage. Mascot Health Series, who has also been honored with the Manufacturer of the Year Award in the Pharma category. Mascot Health Series, I request her to kindly come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping. Mascot Health Series, they have been honored in the category of Manufacturer of the Year, followed by Ultra Drugs Private Limited. Ultra Drugs Private Limited, I request sir to kindly come here. Congratulations, sir. Ultra Drugs Private Limited has been honored with the debut exporter category in the Pharma Ratan Awards. Congratulations, sir. Walking on the stage, we have Ultra Drugs Private Limited, who's been acknowledged with debut exporter. Coming up next, we have Rakesh Bhateja, who has been honored for the best distributor. Mr. Rakesh Bhateja, kindly come here on the stage. Congratulations, sir, and ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping. Congratulations, sir. I request B Business to kindly come here on the stage, who has been awarded in the category of Pharma and Healthcare Coverage. Z Business. Congratulations. Now we have a gentleman walking on the stage from Z Business, and they have been awarded for Pharma and Healthcare Coverage. Congratulations, sir. I request Dr. Richa Ramani, the Principal of the Year. I request Dr. Richa to come here to the stage and receive her honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it needs any reminders. Let's keep going up. Dr. Richa walking on the stage, and she has received Pharma Ratan for being the Principal of the Year. I request Mr. R.P. Chaudhary to come here to the stage, who has been honored with the Best ADC. Dr. R.P. Chaudhary, I request you to come here to the stage. Congratulations, sir. Mr. R.P. Chaudhary walking on the stage to receive his honor, and he's been awarded as the Best ADC. Congratulations, sir. I request Sanify Healthcare Private Limited to kindly come here to the stage. Sanify Healthcare Private Limited to kindly come on the stage. And ma'am has been honored as the debut exporter. We are very happy and congratulations to you, ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am, and a huge round of applause for Sanify Healthcare Private Limited. I request Atul Kumar Nasar to kindly come here to the stage. Atul Kumar Nasar to kindly come here to the stage. And sir has been honored as the Best Regulator Award. We have Mr. Atul Kumar Nasar coming on the stage. A huge round of applause, and he's been honored as the Best Regulator in the Pharma Ratan category award. May I now request Dr. B.K.S. Sate, who's been the exemplary principal and has been honored with the Pharma Ratan category. Mr. B.K.S. Sate to kindly come here on the stage, and he has been proving his mettle by being the exemplary principal. A huge round of applause for sir. Sir, हमने आपको 415 पे award करा दिया. You can catch your train. So we kept our promise. A huge round of applause. I request Mr. Koshaji to kindly join us and give the awards to the recipient. And Mr. Mahapatra to kindly come on the stage and join us. I request two gentlemen to kindly come and join and be a part of this celebration, and Mr. Sushant Mahapatra to kindly join us on the stage. And the next category we have is the Young Achiever. I request Dhiraj Singh sir to kindly come on the stage, and he has been honored with the debut entrepreneur, Mr. Dhiraj Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep applauding. Mr. Dhiraj Singh, I request you to kindly join us on the stage and receive your honor. And he has been honored for being the debut entrepreneur. Congratulations sir, and your award is here. I request Dr. Sanjay Toshniwal to kindly come near the stage in the meantime. Dr. Sanjay Toshniwal, I request you to kindly come near the stage. Entrepreneur of the Year, Dr. Sanjay Toshniwal, please come here. Congratulations, and it's a matter of pride. Let's prove it, all of you. Thank you. Walking on the stage, we have Dr. Sanjay Toshniwal, who is receiving his award in the Young Achiever category as the Entrepreneur of the Year. In the meantime, I request Leo Nutri-Science people to come here. Leo Nutri-Science, I request you to kindly come here on the stage. A huge round of applause. Leo Nutri-Science to come on the stage, and he's been awarded for being the exemplary manufacturer. A huge round of applause for the exemplary manufacturer. In the meantime, Mr. Yogesh Singla can come here on the stage. Mr. Yogesh Singla. Mr. Yogesh Singla, sir, has also been honored in the category and being the exemplary manufacturer. Mr. Yogesh Singla on the stage. Dr. Ruchi Tyagi, I request ma'am to kindly come here on the stage. All the youngsters. Congratulations, and ladies and gentlemen, let's keep applauding. This is a trio receiving the award. Congratulations to all of you. And Dr. Ruchi Tyagi. Ruchi Tyagi ma'am has been an exemplary scientist, and she's bagging this award as a young achiever. Congratulations ma'am, and we need to hear up the women on the stage. Now I request Country Cargo to kindly come here on the stage. Country Cargo as the best cargo company. Country Cargo, I request you to kindly come here on the stage. Country Cargo, kindly come here on the stage, and in the meantime, Mr. Vikash Vashisht, I request you to come here on the stage. After Country Cargo, I request Mr. Vikash Vashisht to come here on the stage. On the stage, we have Country Cargo, and they have been awarded as the best cargo company. Congratulations, sir. Coming up next, we have Mr. Vikas Vashisht, who is a member IPRA, and sir has been awarded in the category of the Young Achiever. Mr. Vikas walking on the stage and receiving his award. In the meantime, may I request Vedant Maheshwari, the leading exporter, to come here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be awake and full of energy. We have Mr. Vedant Maheshwari walking on the stage, and he's been awarded in the category of the Young Achiever. And he's been honored for being the leading exporter. Congratulations, sir. I request Dr. Siddharth Mehan. Dr. Siddharth Mehan to come here on the stage, please. Dr. Siddharth Mehan, sir, has been honored for being the exemplary associate professor. Congratulations, sir. Dr. Siddharth Mehan coming on the stage to receive the award for being the exemplary associate professor in the Young Achiever Award category. I request Ms. Shivani Mishra to come here on the stage. Ms. Shivani Mishra to come here on the stage. Ma'am, आपकी ट्रेन से पहले हमने आपको अवार्ड दे दिया, इसके लिए huge round of applause. Congratulations, ma'am. Ms. Shivani Mishra on the stage for being the best research leader, and we also kept our promise, and congratulations, ma'am. I request Ms. Priyanka Sharma to come here on the stage, please. Ms. Priyanka Sharma to come here on the stage, please. Ms. Priyanka Sharma for being the exemplary research scientist. Now I request Healing Lives Private Limited to come here on the stage. Healing Lives Private Limited. Healing Lives Life Private Limited, kindly come near the stage. They have been awarded in the category of Best Medical Tourism Company. I request sir to come on the stage, please. And in the meantime, Mr. Ankit Sharma, kindly be ready and come near the stage. Healing Life Private Limited. Okay, I'm sorry, we have Mr. Ankit Sharma here. Can we have Mr. Ankit Sharma, who has been honored with the Best ADC category? Ankit Sharma, sir, a huge round of applause. Ma'am, आपके यहाँ पे भी कुछ कौन सा ADC और दो तारीफ लगने वाले. A huge round of applause.
Very impressive.
Congratulations, sir. Sir has been honored for being the best ADC in the Young Achiever category. Now, may I request Mr. Rakesh Seni to come near the stage. Mr. Rakesh Seni, who's been honored with the BDE GSK category in the Young Achiever. Congratulations, sir. Now may I request Dr. Sharik Syed to come near the stage, please. Dr. Sharik Syed, who's been an exemplary dean. And a huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. And sir, your best friend is waiting for your photograph. Congratulations and a huge round of applause. May I request Sanjeevani Biotech Exim to kindly come near the stage. Sanjeevani Biotech Exim, who has been awarded for being the Exporter of the Year in the Young Achievers Award. Sanjeevani Biotech Exim, walking on the stage. And in the meantime, True Earth Healthcare, I request you to please come near the stage. True Earth Healthcare, kindly come near the stage. Sanjeevani Biotech, they have been honored for being the Exporter of the Year. I request True Earth Healthcare to kindly come on the stage, and they have been honored for being the exemplary research and development people in the Young Achiever category. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for True Earth Healthcare. I request Nanos Medicare Private Limited to come near the stage. Nanos Medicare Private Limited to come near the stage. Nanos Medicare Private Limited, I request sir to be here on the stage for being the emerging exporter. A huge round of applause. In the meantime, I request Mr. Vikas Shiromani to come near the stage. Mr. Vikas Shiromani, I request you to come near the stage, and he's been awarded for being the best drug inspector. Nanos Medicare Private Limited on the stage already. Now may I request Mr. Vikas Shiromani to come on the stage, please. Okay. Next we have Dr. Preeti. Dr. Preeti, may I request you to kindly come on the stage, and ma'am has been honored for exemplary associate professor. A huge round of applause for the beautiful lady coming on the stage. Congratulations, Dr. Preeti, and she's been honored in the Young Achiever Category Award for being the exemplary associate professor. I love the next name, Stay Happy. Stay Happy, please come near the stage. Stay Happy. Okay. Stay Happy walking on the stage, and they are getting for being the most innovative company of the year, and undoubtedly the name of the company is also very innovative. Congratulations. I request Dr. Kuldeep Singh Patel to kindly come near the stage. Dr. Kuldeep Singh Patel to kindly come near the stage, and sir has been awarded for being the exemplary associate professor. A huge round of applause for all the professors and educationists present here. Congratulations. And now may I request Mr. Wasif Khan to present the awards in the same category.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for being in between, but it's for a cause. Okay. All right, so much. So the next in line is Dr. Tanveer Navid, and he is a associate professor. He is heading the Indian Institute of Pharmaceutical Research. So Dr. Tanveer Navid. Congratulations, Dr. Tanveer. And the next in the list is Dr. Devapriya, Exemplary Associate Professor. Dr. Devapriya. A huge round of applause for Dr. Devapriya. Congratulations, Doctor. And the next in the list, and the cause for me standing here, is Miss Parul Panchal. And she is being nominated for the category of Best Anchor, though we do not have a competition, but still, just to praise her dedication, and we all have witnessed the extent of dedication. So congratulations, Miss Parul. Yeah, huge round of applause for her. Many congratulations, Ms. Parul. Yeah. And next in line is Rahul Taneja for the category of consultant. Rahul Taneja. Alright, and moving on, Advocate Vivek Chaudhary, VCLEX Maharashtra. Advocate Vivek Chaudhary. A big round of applause for Advocate Vivek Chaudhary. Congratulations, Mr. Vivek. And the next is Kumar Siran, Director, Herpetis, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Kumar Siran, Director, Herpetis, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, Mr. Kumar Siran. Yes, he is from Tamil Nadu. And the next name is Mr. Sachin, Corporate Policy Maker, Director, Strategic Foresight Group. Mr. Sachin. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Sachin. He is Corporate Policy Maker, Director, Strategic Foresight Group. Congratulations, Mr. Sachin. So, thank you so much. Thanks, Ms. Parul. I would like to invite you to be continuing your list. Thank you.
मेरे पास है
Sir, to thank you for doing the honors and take a break for a minute before we call you again for the next honors. Awards in the next category. Mr. Heather Ali Ji. I also request Thambi sir. I also request Thambi sir to please come on the stage. And GMP approved pun. I request sir to receive this award and a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we have Mr. PBN Prasad, DTC. Mr. PNB Prasad, I request sir to kindly come on the stage and receive an honor. very proactive in giving solution and guidance to industry. Sir has been selected for the PR honorary for his contribution. I request Mr. Satish to come. Next, may I request Mr. Sumant K. Tiwari to come on the stage, please. Mr. Sumant K. Tiwari to come on the stage, please. He's the Deputy Director at FDA Jharkhand, and his dedication towards profession makes him a great regulator. He has also been selected for the Pharma Ratan honorary for his contribution in this field. I request Dr. Pura Lal Sahu, Director, National Dope Testing Laboratory, to kindly come on the stage. Dr. Pura Lal Sahu, Director, National Dope Testing Laboratory. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations, sir. We have Dr. Pura Lal, who is the Director, National Dope Testing Laboratory, and is a member of Rugby Mayor and associated with Pharma Ratan Group to assist industry. We are very, very proud to have you here, sir. Next, we have Mr. Narendra Ahuja, Drug Controller, Haryana. Mr. Narendra Ahuja. Next is Mr. Saurabh Singhal, Director, Africa Health Advisors. Mr. Saurabh Singhal, Director, Africa Health Advisors. I request sir to come near the stage, please. I request Mr. Anil Johri, CEO, NABCB. Mr. Anil Johri to come on the stage, please. I request Dr. D.K. Mehta, who will be Patanjali Global. I request sir to kindly come on the stage to collect the honor. Now may I request Dr. Pradeep Dua, Senior Officer, Ayush, New Delhi, Government of India, to collect the honors, please. A huge round of applause for Dr. Pradeep Dua. Congratulations, sir. I request Sheetal V. Chandan, Pharmacist, KEM Hospital, Mumbai. I request to kindly come and collect the honors, please. Sheetal V. Chandan, Pharmacist, KEM Hospital, Mumbai, to kindly come and collect the honors, please. And ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping. I request Mr. Patel Ambalal, Chairman, Centurion Laboratory Private Limited, to come on the stage, please. Mr. Patel Ambalal, Chairman, Centurion Laboratory Private Limited, and we are honoured to have you here, sir, and congratulations to receive this honour. Next, we have KVC Chakrapani, Quality Compliance Consultant amongst us. KVC Chakrapani, Quality Compliance Consultant amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will keep clapping. Congratulations. Next, we have Dawa India, first generic pharmacy. Dawa India. Congratulations. A huge round of applause. Congratulations. And now we have Dr. Gayatri Singhal, Academia, USIEF, to kindly come and take your honor. Please receive your honor. Dr. Gayatri Singhal, are you here, ma'am? Mr. Deepak Jain, a social worker, is requested to come on the stage and collect the award. Mr. Deepak Jain, social worker. Mr. Rishabh Malhotra and Ritika Yadav, social worker. Do we have them here? Kindly come on the stage to collect your honor. We have Mr. Devendra, GXP Auditor, Telangana. Mr. Devendra, I request you to kindly come here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Devendra, he has done more than 20 years of experience in audit and inspection area and capable to guide manufacturing unit for EU GMP, UK MHRA, and he has been doing a great job in his own field. A huge round of applause for him. Now I request Mr. Kasim Jain, Director of Pharma, Paramarsh. Mr. Kasim. And now the one recipient is already on the stage. Mr. Lake Ramudin is here. So I request the other dignitaries to present him his award. Mr. Lake Ramudin's award to be given on the stage. And a special mention here. Mr. Lake Ramudin would like to make a little donation. Okay, a little special mention for Sir here. He was so happy and zapped by the performance of Asmita Group. He would like to make a small donation and a huge round of applause. He made a little donation to Asmita Group people who have spellbound everyone by their zapping performance.
Make things happen.
Congratulations, sir, and this is indeed something very, very special for and a motivation. Thank you, both of you. Thank you. I request Saurabh Singhal, Director, Africa Health Advisors, to come on the stage, please, with a huge round of applause, everyone. A huge round of applause, sir. Congratulations. Now the next category is the Lifetime Award, and may I request Mr. K.S. Mehta to kindly come here. And we have been knowing sir for his acumen in mentoring, and he's a great mentor who comes from Gujarat. A huge round of applause for Mr. K.S. Mehta. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. And may I request now Mr. Shirish Dabare to kindly come on the stage to collect his Lifetime Achievement Award in Consultancy. He's a CEO Express Consultancy from Maharashtra. I request sir to kindly come on the stage, please, and collect his Lifetime Award. A huge round of applause for the Lifetime Achievers. Congratulations, sir. I would like to call Advocate Shashank Mahapatra here on the stage now. Advocate Shashank Mahapatra on the stage, receiving the Lifetime Award for his legal category, the legal category. And Advocate Shashank Mahapatra is the CEO of Mace Corp Delhi. Congratulations, sir, once again. I request Dr. H.D. Koshia to kindly come on the stage, receiving his lifetime in regulatory. Dr. H.D. Koshia, he is the drug controller of Gujarat. And a huge round of applause, everyone. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Verma, who has been bagging the Lifetime Award in the social activity. He's the Swachh Bharat Ambassador, Government of India. Coming on the stage, we have Mr. Rajiv Verma. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Rajiv Verma receiving his award as the Swachh Bharat Ambassador. Coming up next, we have Professor Shailendra Sarof, Academia, Vice Chancellor. He's from Duke University, Chhattisgarh. I request Professor Shailendra to kindly come on the stage and receive the Lifetime Award in Academia. And sir is the Vice Chancellor, Duke University, Chhattisgarh.
I'm an expert on industry.
We are glad to give you a 1 minute break for the film. Thank you so much, and you can have a water break. In the category of universe category, as the chairman Pharma, he is a universe in himself, and that is the category he's been honored with. So it's a moment of pride to have you here. Come on, dear audience, he deserves a better round of applause. Congratulations, sir.
भैया साइड हो जाओ थोड़ा सा. Excuse me.
And it's a moment of pride for all of us to have achieved this job and the kind of quantum of knowledge he possesses. And Dinesh sir, we will not allow you to leave the stage. Dinesh sir, we will not allow you to leave the stage. We will take it for you. And now, again, you will be honoring. I would like to call Mr. D.C. Jain, who has been awarded in the Asia category. Mr. D.C. Jain, I request you to kindly come on the stage. And Mr. D.C. Jain is the chairman ACOMS. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, they are being given the Continental Awards. The Continental Awards. Mr. D.C. Jain, awarded in the category of Asia, he is the chairman ACOMS. I request Mr. Ali Hussain Pradhan, who's been awarded in the category of Africa, and is the MD for Pharmaceuticals Limited, Tanzania. Mr. Ali Hussain, honored with the category here, symbolizing Africa, the vast continent of vast resources. Congratulations, sir. I request Dr. Rakesh Golan, honored with the USA. Dr. Rakesh Golan, he's the Assistant Director, Kinder Pharma. I request Sir to kindly come on the stage. I request Dr. Rakesh Golan to kindly come on the stage. I request Mr. Lekram Odit, sir, it's an honor to have you again on the stage. And from Guyana, and sir is CEO of City Pharmaceuticals. I welcome sir here again and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Lekram Odit, CEO of City Pharmaceuticals, receiving the award. I request Mr. S.M. Khazmi from Oman, CEO of Khazmi International Laboratory, to kindly come on the stage. Mr. S.M. Khazmi. Congratulations, sir. I request Mr. S.M. Khazmi from Oman, in the category of Oman. He's also the CEO of Khazmi International Laboratory. Okay, it's Oman, thank you. Congratulations, sir. May I now request Mr. Thanvin from Myanmar, Thanvin sir, to please come on the stage and receive his award in the global category, and he's the CEO of Wind Pharmacy. Congratulations, sir, for receiving this honor. Mr. Thanvin from Myanmar, he's also the CEO of Wind Pharmacy. I request everyone to give a huge round of applause. Congratulations. I request Mr. Tawfiq Ahmed to kindly come. Mr. Tawfiq Ahmed from Yemen, Director, United Pharma Group, to kindly come and receive the award. Mr. Tawfiq, I request you to kindly come on the stage to receive your award. Okay. Dr. Amir Mirza from New Zealand. Dr. Amir Mirza is a scientist Pharma Limited, and the global category is from New Zealand. Congratulations, Mr. Amir, Dr. Amir. Now may I request Mr. Ketan Zocha from India, Chairman Zocha Group, to kindly come on the stage to receive your honor. Mr. Ketan Zocha from India, he's the Chairman Zocha Group. I request sir to kindly come on the stage. Congratulations. Mr. Ketan Zocha on the stage. Now may I request Mr. C.B. Garam from Nepal, President VTA Nepal. I request Mr. C.B. Garam from Nepal, President VTA Nepal, to kindly collect the honor. A huge round of applause. request Mr. Mohammed Khalid to come on the stage, please. I request Nancy Jolakia from Europe, from Oxford University, United Kingdom. I request Ms. Nancy to come on the stage. I request Mr. Hitesh Upreti from Tanzania and Zenufa. I request Mr. Hitesh Upreti to kindly come here on the stage to receive the award. A huge round of applause for the sir. And this was the last recipient of today's evening. A huge round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for doing the honors. Thank you all for doing the honors. And group photograph. I request all the awardees with their mementos, trophies, certificates, any other accolades to come on the stage for a group photograph. I request all the awardees with their mementos, trophies, certificates, any other honors belonging to today's evening to come near the stage for a group photograph. And the chief guest will be holding that universal trophy he has been honored with today.
पूरे बढ़ चाहिए मैं पीछे आ रहा हूँ पीछे से ले लो Just a bit. Okay.
Many dignitaries came on the stage and they gave their views. And one sort of information which I am going to give you now. A Pharma Ratan award has been organized by the Mayor Foundation. Now we are seeing that the generic drugs are getting momentum in the market. And to further promotion of the generic drugs, the Pharma Ratan award under the aegis, they were formed a society for generic drugs. Society for quality generics. So that society is going to have a certification mark registered in the name of a certified quality generic, QCG, quality certified generic. This mark will be launched in India after getting permission from central government and necessary approval from the different organizations to ensure the quality of the drug in a generic category. And when this formal announcement is made, then we will inform to you. And I thank everybody here to attend this function and make it a mega success. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
खड़े हो थोड़ा सा ऐसे हो जाएंगे ना सेम ही सर्कल आ रहा है सेम ही सर्कल हाफ सर्कल में बोलते सेम सर्कल बोलते हैं Thank you.